It begins now. In 3, 2, 1, go. Hey, Katsuaki, welcome in. And Dana, welcome in. For Thieves, what is the estimated time? Probably too much. Too much time is the estimate. Alright, we're going to get rapiers for everybody here at the start. 4 of those. We'll get 4 wooden armors. I think the wooden armor for the absorb is better than the higher evasion you're going to get on the cloth armor. Technically McStone, thank you much for the subscription there. Glad you've been enjoying the stream, and I hope that you enjoy your emotes arriving shortly. Well, that's all I can buy. Go ahead, put that gear on. And see how these guys do. It's going to be a little bit of imp grind here at the start. Trying to get some level ups. Are all 4 of these thieves from Melmond? You better believe they're from Melmond. Now, because this is not from a cleared cartridge, I do have the imps at the start randomized, so we got 5 imps in neutral start. We're just going to hang out here by Canaria for a little while. So you can see it's actually tough for them to kill imps. This will not be a fast process. I'm surprised that we didn't die, though, from imp damage. I guess if we got ambushed, it would go badly for Dan number 1. The rest of the Dans, though, they're doing fine. Okay, they're not doing fine. They're doing Dan. Hey, Suns923, welcome in. Hope you enjoy the show, because it's going to be a fun one. Excellent. 7 experience. Do it again. As you can see, I'm walking back and forth here across the forest tiles because there's a lot of safe squares around Canaria. So if you just walk in a big circle or things like that, you'll actually spend half your time, more or less, on tiles that are not advancing the step count at all. But if you're in these forests, then you're always on good tiles that will get you encounters more quickly. What experience point per minute in battle? I think we'll do slightly better than that. We're getting, like, probably at least 3 points of experience per minute. As you might realize, this will be a little bit of a more relaxed run than most of my speedruns, including randomizer runs, which have very large increases to your golden experience totals. This is something that you kind of take for granted when you do randomizer a lot, that you can just quickly grind your way through the early game and get to the more exciting content. In the base game, you get so little experience from these battles. It just takes a long time to get your level ups. Hey, Rakashi, welcome in. And welcome into Specty as well. Hey, Packers, welcome in. You did not miss the Thief Challenge. You are just in time for the Imps. Part 1 of 77 of these Imp battles. I don't know if doubling up the Thieves is actually really helping me here, because it's rare that we're getting partial damage to the Imp. It's usually either miss or come pretty close to killing them. So I think I'm going to start doing single target to see if we can speed these up a bit. Grind to the Peninsula Power. We don't have the bridge yet. If I had the bridge, definitely. We would definitely grind Zombies. I would not actually grind Zombies. We can grind Zombies when we're like level 25. Speaking of level 25, we still have not hit level 2. Once I hit level 2, I can probably start taking on more difficult things like Grimps. I'm not sure if I can beat a Creep. Creeps are actually pretty tough. They're like half as strong as an Ogre is, but give you way less experience in gold. What is the leveling path? I think I need to be around level 14 for Astos. So that's going to be the big thing in the early game. I don't see a really big advantage of doing the crown before I think Astos can go down. Like, getting Marsh Cave out of the way is not really a priority overall. So I'll probably try to get pretty close to 14, go do Marsh Cave, and go try Astos at that level to see how it works out. At that point, I can get some very significant armor and weapon upgrades for the Thieves. And then I start grinding again, because we need to be able to beat Lich and Vampire. So those are probably looking more like level 20 or so, depending on how things go. But the first thing, the big thing in here at the start, is going to be getting ready for Astos. Yes, level 2. So excited to have level 2. I've never been that excited for a level up before. So, no weapons or armor that can help us. We obviously can't get any spells, but I will get a tent here. Actually, let me get a couple tents and see if we can make our way up to the area around Temple of Fiends and start getting better encounters there. Don't think we have to worry about any poisonous monsters, but I need to line myself up with the place in the encounter cycle that we are right now. I didn't count the number of imp battles that I did. What brought this on? So this has been something that's been long requested. People have been wanting to see 4 Thieves for years. Alright, Grimps. I think that's that encounter that we're at. I think we're pretty close. Let's go 1 and 3 on this Grimp. Ooh, we're looking at a Mad Pony next. Not excited about that. Actually, you know what? If I stay down here, I might get more Grimps. I think this is still Grimp for another battle. Will we class change? To be determined. If I'm still enjoying it, then I will not class change. And especially if we have decent enough stats to be able to take on Chaos. I'm explicitly not going to try to do super intense level optimizations. So, as I get towards the later parts of the game, if our Thieves have poor stats, then I might class change just so I have the Ninja with better equipment. Ninja with better equipment and fast is such a huge improvement over the Thief that it's ridiculous. But if these are trucking along, then we will go as long as we can. Alright, there is some more Grimps. So what battle are we on? How many imps did I fight? Might have been that Grimp battle. Grimp, imp, Grimp. In which case we get another imp after the, or another Grimp after this, and then an imp fight. I'm testing to see what encounter I'm on. Yes, that is Grimps. Alright, I think I know where I am in the encounter cycle now. How do I feel about wolves? Wolves should be not bad, because they have no defense. So if we can make contact, we should do enough damage to kill them. And there's only 2 wolves in this zone, so that's not a difficult fight. Hey, Team Silly, you had a dream like this. I hope you woke up, and you were not in Melmont. Go ahead and hang out here. So it's going to get an imp battle. Then we should get wolves, imps, grimps. When do I start moving further north? Bones might not be bad. Bones do hit pretty hard. But like the wolves, they have no defense, so I should be able to deal with them pretty quickly. Creeps I'm worried about. Creeps I see as a kind of a threat, and Mad Pony as well. Those are both monsters that kind of punch a little bit above their experience value. Spiders are probably good. Spiders are not poisonous. That's only arachnids that we have to worry about. Also, where's my next level up going to come in? 108 experience points away. All right, we got some time. We got some time. There's my wolf fight. Oh yeah, that does a lot more damage. These wolves are serious business. Alright, 24, that's enough to kill him. Got 15 on the bottom wolf, so he should be one hit away from death. Just one hit away. There we go. Okay, let's try to get spiders instead of imps. See if we can go ahead and grab this fight up here. One spider. And then we'll quickly escape before the Mad Pony shows up. Oh, so much damage to Dan. So much damage to Dan. But that spider's worth as much as entire pack of 5 imps. So probably worthwhile to split back and forth between these zones when I can. There are quite a lot of RPGs going on this weekend. It has been a very excellent weekend for RPG playing in general. Alright, so imp in this zone, we want to go up and get the bones. Hey Mike, welcome in. Too many Dans. Not enough Dans. If I had 6 Dans, I think we'd be in better shape. Especially if we get ambushed by bones. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Those things hurt a lot. I'm not sure if Dan is going to survive this. Hey Koopas, welcome in. And the Hangry Canuck, welcome in as well. Oh wow, we all lived. Yeah, bones, no joke when it comes to damage. Go ahead and 10 up there. So this is going to be spider next. Do I want to try a ghoul? I think a ghoul would be pretty tough at this point. Middle management robot, welcome in. We have just scratched the surface of this immense grinding project that we have ahead of us. Why is 4X Thief the hardest 4-character challenge? Well, Thief is the worst character class. So having 4 of them makes them 4 times as bad as they would be otherwise. I wimped down and didn't fight the ghoul. I didn't think Dan could handle the ghoul. Level 5 to be Chaos. That is a solid strategy that you had there, Hangry Canuck. You will have to share that with us. Four Thieves on GBA is a lot easier. Like, my 4-white mage time on GBA is half that of the NES time. Because you can get some attack items, and you just go to town on, like, Astos, so you get unbottlenecked super easily. Whereas, without the advantage of those attack items, you will get crushed for a really long time on these bosses. $25 or more for Astos. I think it'll be a little bit better than that. I think we will probably only need like level 14 or 15. 25 may be what we're looking at post Lich heading over to things like Temple or the Ordeals area. I'm gonna grab some healing potions. I think I just want to stick with tents for right now. Tents seem to be working pretty good. Much easier once they become ninjas. That is true. Although we are going to try to do this without class changing if possible. Alright, looks like another round of imps. Then we got our spiders. Hey, no problem, Mike. I think you were in the group, I believe, that had excellent scores in Fantasy Final Fantasy. I know there was two groups. There was one for Fantasy Final Fantasy awards, and then I did some matching gift subs for people doing gift sub contributions themselves. We had a lot of fun in August for that, which is now almost over. I can't believe August is already gone. Solo Thief Run 25. I could believe that. Solo Thief definitely needs a lot more levels. But with 4 Thieves, I think you can do it probably level 14 or 15. Astus is going to be all about critical hits. And you just need to rack up enough criticals before he starts doing lit 2s and fire 2s all over your face. Yeah, no fantasy for this, just because fantasy doesn't work if it is split across multiple video files. Do thieves get any good weapons? No. No, they do not. The weapons that we will have at the end of the game are the Mazmune, the Dragon Sword, the Coral Sword, and the Rune Sword. Coral Sword is second best. It's got similar stats to the Dragon Sword, but a slightly better critical hit rate. Yeah, Bane Sword you can use as an item. You can use Bane Sword and Rune Sword and all that, and Mage Staff. You just can't wield anything. You also can't really use any armor. So, just like mages, it's going to be silver, gold, and opal bracelets for the armor for the bulk of the game. Yeah, no Cat Claw. That is a black wizard weapon. Ninja can use like everything, but if you don't get ninjas, then you got a problem. And we're going to have some problems. Wow. Speaking of problems, we got all the Grimps here. This is going to be a hard-fought battle for level 3. We should get level 3 at the end of this fight. Yeah, Black Wizard is a better melee fighter than a Thief is. That is actually correct. He has better gear and does more attack. Pretty sure Black Wizard with Cat Claw has more attacks per round than a Thief with the Coral Sword. Not 100% confident, but I believe he does. Hey, Most Niftiest, this will definitely be an adventure. That I can promise. And yes, son, the idea is I'm going to chew 4 Thieves until I get to Temple of Fiends, revisit it, and I begin despairing. And if I have to class change, I will class change to Ninja, because I'm not trying to optimize my level ups. But if we can do it, like we have reasonable enough level ups for our, I think, Strength and Vitality scores especially, then we'll stick ourselves as Thieves for the whole game. Excellent. Get some good bone fights in here. Alright, so now we're doing a little bit better. Level 3 Thieves with Rapiers. At least gonna try Garland. Try Garland at level 3 here. I think we should be able to do it. 2 damage. All right, maybe not. Maybe we need to work out a little bit more. Six damage in round 1. I think this might not work. 11. Dan 4 is taking such a pounding. 15. 22. We just need some crits. Couple of crits. 32. Oh, we might still be in this. As long as Garland spreads his attacks out a bit. 43. Oh, there's some good ones. Now we're getting good. This is a plain old Final Fantasy cart, CBFTW. This is the normal cart that I do single segment runs on. Maybe we can get a lucky RNG loop going. Come on, Garland. Be a pal. Hit Dan 1. Dan 2 goes down. You know what? We were pretty close, though. I think we're going to get him. I think we're going to get him here. Garland, 21 minutes. That was accomplishments. There's our bridge. There's our loot. So I want to get to Provoke as soon as possible here. I got like 600 bucks. That's enough for starting to get some scimitars. Scimitars is going to really help out for my damage output. Which one was I on for encounters? I think here. Find out if that's correct or not. Alright, let's go ahead and get Dan back up. Gonna get wrecked by the wizards. We're gonna get wrecked by a lot of things. It'll be a while before we get to the wizards. Alright, 3 tenths. I guess we can just try and make a break for it. Save here and then spend the 50 gold. Save at Provoca as well. Yeah, 4 Thieves in the remakes is way, way easier than it was in the original. Especially GBA and later, where you have items from the 15 puzzle that can do damage to things. Because with that, you get past Astos and the wizards rather quickly. And then a lot of the Thief class benefits start to get unlocked, like having silver bracelets, dragon coral, rune sword. Those all get right away dumped on you, and then you can have a much easier time grinding. Breakdown, welcome in. 4 Thieves with a timer, but I am willing to split this across more than one night, so I'm not being totally insane, just partially. Four Thief banana bread tiers. Well, I hope you got enough for everybody. Ooh, do I want to take an iguana on? I don't think this is going to end well. We're going to see if we can get our scimitars first. No problems running. Actually, Thief has no benefits for running in the base game. That's a bug in how running is implemented. The only thing that really matters is your character position on the screen. The first and second slots have a much better chance of running than the third slot, and the third slot's got a much better chance of running than your fourth slot. Really, if you can imagine any benefit the Thief might have possibly had in any way, it is broken. Let's give the back Thieves the one upgrades first. They're the least likely to be targeted, so they'll stay alive longer. How much health do I have? 81, 51, 76, 61. I think we can beat the pirates with this. They will do a lot of damage, but I think we can do it. Here we we go. Pirate time. As long as we connect. The pirates only have 6 health. We're not connecting. Dan, what are you doing? Oh, it's a slaughter. Hey, Llama Pals, welcome in. I will need some luck. That is 100% an accurate statement. Okay, so we are 3/4 of a perfect frame perfect pirates, which is not frame perfect at all. Ooh, this round's going better. That was a very nice round. So we're down to 3 pirates, and we have 1 more attack possibly. Dan, getting the job done. Let's go ahead and double everybody up here. This should let me get 1, if not both, the remaining scimitars that I'm looking for. There we go. That was a pretty fast Bicky. Okay, 565. Yep, I can get the other 2 scimitars. So we'll have 4 scimitars. We can start getting some caps and gloves. Normally I don't get those items because they're almost useless. But for the thieves, you'll have so many hits that you're going to take that it will actually save you healing potions in the long run. Okay, there's all the old rapiers out. Scimitars in. The reason I'm getting scimitars instead of sabers at Elfland is because these have better accuracy bonuses. Sabers got a better attack bonus, but it will have a longer time to get 2 attacks per round, and early on you're going to have a harder time hitting things with it. Okay, and then my current cast situation, 185. Let's go grab some fights. Okay, what are my options here? So we got past the iguana. We could go fight the hags. See how this works out. 2 to 4, no, 4 to 6 hags. Actually, that's probably bad. Yeah, that's a little bit more than I want to deal with. Okay, so that fight should be done. Actually, which one of those battles was that? So Hag Adai, we're past that point. Let me see if this is Geist or not. Yeah, that's Geist. It's actually the Geist that I can possibly kill. We'll see if we get lucky. Geists do give you a lot of good experience and money. 3 damage. Oh, this. Ooh, 34. There's a good hit. Getting that critical in there. Alright, so that was Hag Adai followed by Geist. Where is that in the encounter cycle now? There we go. I think we're there. I need 159 to level up. Do I waste it on an opportune ogre fight? I don't know if I can beat ogres. We'll see what happens. Hopefully we only get 1 ogre. Is this run going to take forever? It will not take forever, but it'll probably take most of the weekend. Arachnid, what? What the heck zone am I in? Geist Arachnid? Oh, I might be there. Might be there. Five would have an ogre. So I can try this one. Do I have a bunch of charts in my room? No. I actually have a computer program with a lot of the encounter data in it, which is extremely handy for doing routing. I think we can kill an ogre. I think we can do this. It's going to be extremely painful, but I think we can do this. Oh, it's so painful. some of us may survive the process. That was some good crits. Alright, that helps out. 48 experience there. What do we need for our next level up? 111, so a little bit more than 2 ogres to get a level up. Alright, where to next? So in this zone, we're going to get Wolf and Gerwolf, which we don't really want. If I can get to the Kaizakus, that would be nice. I don't think I've got enough steps, though. Oh, we do. There should be a Kaizaku battle here. If we wiggle hard enough, Kaizaku should pop out. Or Thief. Thief might pop out as well. Oh, we got 5. Was kind of hoping for a smaller number of Kaizakus here. Hey, Insult, I agree, there are not enough thieves in my party. If we had 7 thieves, I think we could take this Kaizaku fight. Maybe 8. I don't think Dan 2 is going to make it. I don't think any of the Dans are going to make it at this rate. Just too much damage from the Kaizakus. There we go. We got 1 down. Okay, 28 here. The thing is, if we get a good hit, we could take out Kaizakus. If we don't get good hits, then we just get demolished. Well, there goes a Dan. He served his purpose. I'm just not sure what that purpose was. There goes another Dan. Uh-oh. Now it's getting serious. We're gonna need some clutch dodges here. This is so much experience in gold, though. Well, especially gold. Experience is not so great on Kaizakus. Oh no, we've got an RPG limit break raid. Hope you guys enjoy 4 Thieves in Final Fantasy, because we got a pretty hefty challenge for you tonight. This is going to be a heck of a event here. We're working on trying to get some Kaizakus. We did manage to beat Garland. We managed to beat Bicky, got our boat. And now, Dan, you got to be clutch here. Dan, kill that Kaizaku. You got it. An amazing, amazing performance. Dan leveling up. Raising just enough money to pay for all the other funeral expenses from that fight. By the way, people coming in from RPG Limit Break, I hope you did enjoy the Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise races that were going on. That's a really fun randomizer. That was definitely the best Dan of all of them. As a word, I'm going to promote him to the leader of the party. Hey, Chubblikins, welcome in. Haven't played the NES version for a long time. That is true for most people. But it's a really fun one. Alright, let's see if we can get some gloves now for everybody. An immense 1 increase in our armor absorb rating. There we go. That'll definitely solve all of our problems. Once we get some more cash, we'll be able to get some caps as well. So, that was the Kaizakus there. I can take some ogres on next and try those. Let's go ahead and get a couple of heal potions here to use during battles. Oh, CSGO, the optimists saying that there's going to be some class change going on. What if we have 4 Thieves all the way to Chaos? That'll be the adventure of a lifetime. So, ogres are going to be here on this side. We're going to stay up out of the south, where Groger would show up. We're definitely in no shape to take on Grogers. Steel armor! The biggest ripoff Melmon ever developed. I don't know, it's possible we could do 4 Thieves in less than a week. I think that if you class changed, doing it with 4 ninjas, I could pretty easily be done tomorrow night. Just do 2 play sessions. Like, I did 4 white mages in around 10 hours. Which, 4 Thieves is a lot slower to get started, and a lot more of a tedious process, but once they get, you know, the Thor Hammer and Zeus Gauntlet and Mage Staff and all that, they're roughly grinding at the same rate the white mages do. It's just that they have no special abilities or skills or really anything redeeming about them to make it so that it improves over time. As tedious as the Solo Thief. No, the Solo Thief, oh man. That is ridiculous, because you have to grind and optimize every single level up to be perfect. Otherwise, you're not going to have the stats necessary to beat the game at the end. 4 Thieves, you can be a little bit sloppy with the level ups. Taking less than the max hit points, not getting every single attribute bonus that is possible. And you'll still have enough attack power, I think, if you grind the levels up to be able to get through Temple of Fiends. Do you have to max out with 4 Thieves? No, I don't think so. I think it would help to have at least one person maxed out. And that person gets the Mazmune, and they just take care of business for the most part. The rest of the team probably can be much lower level. Although once you get up around level 30 or so, it's a weird thing about how Final Fantasy's leveling curve works. It's a pretty steep ramp up to 30, and then just flattens. So every level after that is basically the same amount of experience as the previous one. So you can get levels really fast after a while. Hey, Matrick, welcome in. Uh-oh, double ogres. This one might not go nearly as well. We did just save, though, so I'll at least give it a try. It's 50-50 for these battles where they get 1 ogre or 2 ogres. Grinding for 3 hits. Yeah, for a Solo Thief, it happens like level, I think, 24 or so with the Scimitar. What you need to do with Solo Thief is you have to get like every possible opportunity you can for criticals. And as a result, it's really, really tough to get past Astos. With 4 Thieves, you're basically quadrupling your critical hit rate. Alright, there's 1 ogre down. Let's see if we can get some ogre kill in here. If we lose a thief or 2, it's actually not too bad. You actually can benefit a little bit from having some spread in your level ups. Because again, if you want to go for perfect level ups, you're resetting if you don't get the right attribute values. But it's much easier to do that if it's only one person leveling up at a time, rather than all 4 being in sync. Cap for experience on level up. They actually do come pretty close. I think what it was really kind of balanced around is just that once you get to that point in the game, there simply is no more difficult fights. Like, you've kind of maxed out how much experience you can get per battle, so it doesn't really make sense to continue pushing you to get more and more experience per level up. Alright, so there was a good ogre fight. I can get another ogre fight next. I'm looking for where that next Kaizoku battle might be. Another set of Kaizokus and we can buy some caps. Yeah, I've been shocked that ogres were not as hard as I expected. I was thinking I would have to grind on like Sahags and Asps and other kind of low tier monsters for a little while. As long as you're willing to spend the money for doing the inns in between each one, which is no big deal because there's really nothing for you to buy in this. Until I get to Melmond, there's basically no gear that I need. All I will be doing is getting, heal potions and pure potions and tents and things like that. At Melmond, I need maybe 8,000 gold to get equipment. It's really small on top of what I would have from just getting there in the first place. For Thieves, so much less painful in Randomizer. It is because with Randomizer, you're generally going to have accelerated experience and gold growth, and that'll allow you to quickly turbocharge your way out of those first couple of levels. It's really getting started that's very hard with this. Once these guys are doing semi-decent damage, yeah, it's a lot of ogres per level up, but you can just sit there and chew them up for battle after battle. You don't have to worry about healing and recovery nearly as much. Is there an estimate for time? So it'll probably be, I'm going to guess somewhere between 15 and 20 hours total. I'm not going to do it in one sitting. I'll probably do like 6 hours a day. So like 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow, and see how far into the week it takes. That's assuming that we do 4 Thieves. If it looks like we should class change instead and go for the 4 ninja finish, then you're probably going to be less than 15 hours total. Hey, Lazy Lance, welcome in. What's Peninsula Power, or POP? So the way that the overworld works in this game is that there are these big blocks, and every block has the same encounter within it for all the squares in that block. And the blocks don't perfectly line up with the world map, so there's some little peninsulas that stick out, and so they have an unexpected set of encounters. Peninsula Power is an area to the northeast of here where you've got some really high-level monsters. If you've got a red mage or a white mage or a black mage, you can get some very early game grinding in, and that'll help you level up very quickly. For melee attackers, though, there's really not much you can do at Peninsula Power, and so you're going to be stuck there for a little while. Alright, looks like I don't have anything I can fight right now. But if I run away from these guys, I can get off to, I believe, 5-5 for an ogre fight in time to get there. Alright, 1 ogre. Ooh, and we get Kaizaku's up next. Intriguing. We'll see if we can get back to the boat before the encounter is going to take place. In speedruns, when you're mapping out every single step and every single walking path that you might want to take, you do these calculations of, okay, I've got 25 steps to get somewhere, and you kind of work out how to get to the right zones in time. I'm just kind of winging it for doing this. I do not have a route planned out for the game, and so there's going to be times where I'll be looking to get a better encounter and then I get stuck halfway when the next fight comes up. Alright, how we doing for these level ups? 369 and 412 for the rest of the team. Hey, we do get some Kaizakus. So Kaizakus are pretty much the best cash you can get in the early game. And since I do want to buy a couple of caps and some recovery items, I've been eyeing them. Oh, only 1. 1 to 5 Kaizaku. We got 5 Kaizaku last time, so this is the payback. Will there be a war mech? That's a good question. It depends on how much manipulation I do in advance. If I did probably the route that I do for marathon safe runs, I can reset prior to Mirage Tower and avoid any war mech danger. If you go in blind, it may get more exciting. Wormek would never dare to face the 4 Dans. You would have a better chance than normal of avoiding his ambush. He's got a 75% ambush rate base, and then that's adjusted by your party leader statistics. So the more agility and luck you have, which thieves are really good at being lucky, and they have okay agility, it will very slightly reduce that rate down. So we might have as low as like 71% chance of ambushing us. That would certainly be an improvement. Okay, if I stay up here and then get to 5-5, I'll either get wolves or I'll get the ogres that I'm wanting. Get the ogres. This is the Cleveland Browns or the Baltimore Orioles. I mean, I think the Cleveland Browns are better known for their futility. But whatever sports team Melmon claims to have, I would say that we are playing for them. What would your weapons end up being for thieves at Wormek? It would be Coral Sword, Dragon Sword, Rune Sword, and a Falchion. There are no better weapons in the entire game, and you can't get the Mazmune out because you don't have Warp. So you can only have the Mazmune for Tiamat and Chaos. The Melmon Rottens, that does sound like a team that they would have. Alright, Mad Ponies we can deal with. Was worried I'd get stuck in there with some werewolves or things. We're still taking so much damage from Mad Ponies. Okay, I get another Mad Pony fight here. This is the closest I can get to my zone. The Melmon Slabs. Oh, that would be a good team. I would definitely go watch the Melmon Slabs lose at whatever sport they play. Alright, I'm losing one of my ogre fights. Not enough steps to get there. Let's see if we can get this one now. Ogre here should get everybody else leveled up. We have an iguana on the way back. Oh, double ogres. I think we can take double ogres at this point. Reasonably well, as long as Dan Watt doesn't get hit too much. Oh, maybe not reasonably. Unreasonably. What level are we going to grind to? We need to get probably about 15 before we can take on Astos. So that's going to be the big roadblock. I don't see a reason to go to Marsh Cave super early until we are close to being able to kill Astos. So I'll probably do Marsh Cave around like 13 or so. No, Dan 3! You gotta clench. You gotta clench, Dan 3. Make sure we stay alive and get the experience. I could use a heal potion on him, but what would be the fun of that? Alright, now we'll try drinking a heal. It was not to be. 30 points would be most likely not survivable even with that heal potion. Can do up to 31 healing, so it would have to be almost perfect for the recovery. That's okay, it's not the last time a thief's gonna die. I think though Dan 3... Oh. Dan 3 was the furthest ahead for experience, because he was the only one that survived the Kaizoku fight. So it's actually just balancing out my XP a little bit. Perfectly acceptable then. Alright, we got a lot of cash here. Let's go ahead and grab some more recovery items. Maybe get our caps as well. That requires going all the way to Elfland, though. Seems a bit out of the way at this point. Go ahead and start buying pure poison. Let's get 10 pures. I've been explicitly avoiding any poisonous encounters. It's really hard with this team to come out ahead on a fight if you get poisoned even once. That is a durable draw. But I assure you, if I stole their hearts, these thieves would be too incompetent to get the job done. Is it one Dan with a Masbian and the other people using heal elements and the staff? Yeah, pretty much. Except for the Masbian, you're not going to damage Chaos at all. I mean, a Coral Sword, even with a level 50 Thief, is probably doing 3 damage. Alright, so where do we want to go next? We've got Iguana, Mad Pony, then we have an Ogre opportunity. What is the stopping point for Ogre battles? Probably the first time that I tried going into Marsh Cave, which should be around level 12 or so. Once I try my first Marsh Cave dive, I'll hit the split for that. And then that'll be probably getting the crown and then possibly like 2 more levels or so before we can actually take Astos on. Yeah, I want to stay up here for a bit. Run away from the Mad Ponies. These guys do so much damage. We have no armor. That's the problem with those. And I should be able to swing out for an Ogre fight. Reset on 4 wizards, probably worth resetting until we get 2 wizards. Given how much faster and easier the fight's gonna go. It doesn't take a lot of battles before going in to set up the encounters that I want in Marsh Cave. If I do the marathon safe route for Marsh Cave, I think I skip 6 battles and then enter the cave. Unfortunately, there's some really good setups that I have with the single segment route. Like, I would love to have the Temple of Fiends from the single segment route because there are no unrunnables until you get to the Iron Golems all the way at the bottom. And the Iron Golems will go down with the Zeus Gauntlet, Thor Hammer, and so on, just as well as with real party members. No poisonous party mix. There will definitely be poisonous party mixes in Marsh Cave. A lot of poisonous party mixes. I think there are 3 in the route I got planned. There we go. We finally took Top Ogre down. No, Dan won. You were too pretty to die. Hey, Shadow Killer. Yeah, there was only momentary thought required before figuring out how to appropriately name this party. I've never completed this before, not on NES, with streaming. I've done streaming for 4 Thieves on PlayStation and GBA, where it is a much less onerous process. PlayStation is actually pretty close to NES, except for the fact that temper works. So you class change the ninjas, you get your temper, and then you kind of crush the rest of the game. I've done this off stream many years ago. I've done all 4 characters with the same class for each of the 6 classes. And I've done a lot of the single character challenges as well. On stream for NES, I've mostly been doing 4 white mages for challenge runs. 4 white mages is not as bad as you would think. It is way better than 4 thieves. Way better than 4 Thieves. Alright, Vegas. Have a good time at work, and hopefully when you come back tomorrow, there will be still more 4 Thief action to go. I'll probably do like 6 hours today, 6 hours tomorrow, and then try to estimate how much time during the week is needed if I want to do 4 Thieves without class change. 4 Thieves with class change. 12 to 15 hours, either done tomorrow or early Monday. Favorite was the 4 Dans. Yeah, 4 Red Mages is pretty fast. I think I've done streams for 4 Red Mages, 4 Black Belts, and 4 White Mages twice. Why is the scimitar green? It's dyed green from corrosion. That's how terrible of a weapon it is. Yes, that's right. Go after Dan 4. We got another ogre fight coming up here, and then there's nothing really good for a bit. I can tent up in between as long as nobody dies. Hey, Cluster, welcome in. You're in time for an awesome thieving adventure. Oh man, Dan 2 taking too much damage here. Gotta keep him alive. Actually, I will actually drink a potion on him. I do have plenty of heals. I should see if I can keep these grinds going. Oh, Dan 2. Luckily, there is no stealing whatsoever in this game, so having Thieves is totally safe for everybody else. Oh, nice. Glad that the free enterprise race went really awesome. I've been watching a couple. Like a lot of times, I've been watching Elmegas doing free enterprise. He's extremely good at the randomizer for it. Why is Dan 3 leading? Because all the other Dans failed to get the job. We'll give it a try. We'll try to keep Dan 3 alive. Come on, team. You can do it. Dan 1 cannot do it. We're probably losing money on this fight from the amount of heal potions consumed. There we go. Alright, so we got the ogre out, which means I can set up for doing a second ogre battle here. Oh nice, Dan 1 getting level up. Let's reward him by putting him in slot 2. You know, we could make the grinds go faster by killing off some of our party members and then power leveling individuals. It would be extremely difficult, though, to get one of those grinds started. I just don't think it makes too much of a difference when you need to get everybody lots of levels in the long run to do a power leveling stretch, but I may end up doing that later on when I'm trying to power level for post-airship. So like once I can get to some really good leveling spots, then power leveling like one person up to 40 might help to carry the rest of the team through some dungeons quickly, grab all of the attack items, like get that Thor hammer and black shirt and things, and then be able to level the rest of the team much more quickly. Hey, Coach, welcome in. Drop a Dan. We would never leave a Dan behind. That is our motto. Dan always comes back. Dan never comes back. Dan pretty much dies 100% of the time in speedruns. Alright, we could try to get Kaizaku's here. Or we can maybe end up getting some Grimps. Oh, it looks like we will be able to make it. What I'm thinking about doing is there's some okay ocean battles coming up. I might make a dash over to Elfland here, grab my caps, and then come back. It's better to level around Provoca because you have a lot more single ogres without having to worry about ogre creep battles. Elfland's got primarily ogre creeps and then some ogre grogers on the side. Triple Kaizaku, alright, we can take him. Yeah, let's just go for everybody attacking. I don't trust these Dans to split the team up. All 4 Dans just barely killing one Kaizaku. Just imagine if we had a fighter with a short sword, he'd be doing more damage than we would do in 3 entire rounds. He'd also be taking a lot less damage. He'd be basically just dominating this team. It's like multiple Melmonds. Melmond is actually a very desirable location with 4 Thieves. Because you need to get the silver bracelet, and you need to get, I mean, you can get a silver knife there as well, but really it's the silver bracelet that makes a huge difference. When is the 4 Thieves single segment run? If I find out how long it is. 4 White Mages took me about 10 hours, and that's pretty long already. If 4 Thieves is significantly longer, then it may be too long for me to do in a single setting. I'm not high spirits, you know. He's doing Dragon Warrior 1 through 9 as we speak. Try to keep Dan 4 alive. Dan 4 rolling terribly on his heal potion. 18 out of 31 for his heal. Alright, we're pretty close. If I get another heal on you and then triple up the top ogre, he should go down here. Dan 4 may go down as well. That would be a shame. Cost me more to resurrect in Elfland. How is that ogre not dead yet? Alright, we're going to split the party up. Can't trust these guys to work together, so they must work independently. There we go. Top ogre's down at least. They'll help out with reducing the damage I take per round. Dan spilled half of his potion. I think Dan spilled the entire potion. You don't even need to drink a potion. You just need to hit yourself on the head with it. Alright, this guy should go down in a round or two, which I believe means that we can survive. There we go. Made it to Elfland. How are we doing on our next level up? We need 540, 670, 370, and 584. So we got a big range of levels at this point. Nobody can agree on what level we should be leveling up on. What am I doing on money? 2,000. I could probably start getting my sabers. We're gonna going back and forth between the sabers and scimitars for a while. Let's go ahead and do the caps. If you really want to, you can get copper bracelets. That'll improve their evasion rate by 1%. But it's the same defensive power as the wooden armor, so it's a really, really minor difference. After a while, though, I probably have nothing else to spend the money on anyway. You're playing with a temper fix? Nope, this is a plain old NES cartridge and a plain old NES. Well, it's got some mods to make the graphics better for the NES system. But other than that, it's a plain old NES. Are we all Dan tonight? We're always Dan. Dan is a man of the people. And the people are all Dan. 5 Chi-Score. At least we get a strike first. Going to go ahead and knock one of them out here before they get a chance to go, I hope. And question by the stand about whether it is better to fight sharks at a certain point. So sharks give me 66 experience instead of the 49 get for ogres. But they're always by themselves, they have more health, and they do have much higher evasion rates. So unless there is, a shark battle separate from the ogre battle in the encounter table, I would probably always take ogres as preference. As you can see, that one extra absorb from the caps has done pretty much nothing. But it's all we're going to get for a really long time. I will not be able to get any more armor improvements until after we beat Astos and get the Mystic Key. Under the covers, though, it is reducing every hit by 1, which, considering they get hit like 10 times before they die, does perhaps get 1 extra hit in, depending on how the rolls go. What bit did I lose to do 4 Thieves? I've been asked to do this for a really long time. And as you can see, there are reasons why you may not want to do a 4 Thief run, but it is actually not as bad as you would think. After a while, you get to enjoy the rhythm of the ogres, each one dying in more gruesome fashion than the last. And they are actually starting to go down a lot easier. Having a little bit more health does help a lot, because you can soak in a hit or two. Like if we were getting 2 ogres early on, we'd be completely out of luck. But with the current setup, we can reasonably survive 2 ogre fights here. Probably can't survive a Groger fight yet. It'll be a while before we can take on the much more damaging and much more better armored Groger. But I'll be looking forward to that, because he will give me way more experience. Oh man, Droth, I've got some perhaps bad news for you about class change. Hey, Eternal September, we are playing Final Fantasy 1 with 4 Thieves. It is a mono-character challenge where all 4 of our characters have the same character class, and it is the worst character class by a large margin, which makes it extra challenging here. Did I equip the swords? No, I don't actually want to put the sabers on. The sabers give me more attack power but lower accuracy, so it's not until I'm like level 12, I think, that the sabers make sense. No Dan 4. You gotta survive. Be a survivor. Get this XP. I enjoy middle management robot's optimism about the quality of Four Thieves. It's more like a dumpster fire in Melmont, which itself is a dumpster fire. Red Mage, Black Mage, White Mage. This is actually not that bad of a character combination. It would be much easier if you swapped out one of the Red Mages for a fighter, but the Red Mages are so versatile. They're really, really good throughout the entire game. But they can kind of play the role of your main damage dealer without too much loss. The big thing you miss out on is late game, you're not going to have the really good night weapons. And you're going to have a little bit worse armor. So, like, Sky Castle and Temple of Fiends are harder. We've been to Peninsula Power yet? No, we would get absolutely demolished by the monsters of Peninsula Power. You can probably, with Four Thieves, take Peninsula Power on in the high teens. But it's a really tough sell, because at that point, you've got enough levels to beat Astos. So you can at least upgrade to like the Dragon Sword and the Coral Sword and so on. And the mummies are going to be a really consistent grind spot for a bit. And right around the time that you can take on Peninsula Power, you can probably also beat Lich. We'll see how Lich goes. That'll be the second really big roadblock after Astos is out of the way. Lowest level for beating this. I mean, I think you have to have one character at 50 to optimize it. It's really the rest of the team that is going to be the interesting question. And depending on how well your HP level ups are going to be, you know, you're probably looking in the mid-30s to get over 400 hit points to survive Lich's nuke spell. That's kind of the biggest threshold requirement. You can survive nuke, and you've got one person to swing the Mazmune, then you're probably able to get through the game. It'll be very, very hard, though, at the lowest possible levels. Alright, we made it. Just in case we run into an iguana, I'm going to go ahead and put Dan 2 in the back. How many hits do you get with the Mazmune at level 50? I believe you get 4 for a thief. That is something I could actually go and check in my preparatory notes. There is Mazmune chart. Oh, no, you get 5. You get 5, then that is it with the thief. But that's still pretty good. I mean, 5 hits, and you got a really good chance of criticals. You could probably be KS if you get lucky. It's going to be a slugfest, though. He's got Cure 4, and depending on the timing of his skills around there, obviously you're going to be just doing Mazmune attack with one person. Everybody else is just healing every round, trying to keep up on the damage. And yeah, sorry, Maelstrom. 5 hits with the Thief. It's 4 hits with the White Mage, and the White Mage needs level 42 for the 4th hit. But the Thief gets 5. Alright, how are we doing on cash again? 2,000? That's probably worth another stack of heal potions here. Dan 2 is your favorite. I'm kind of partial to Dan 4 myself. He looks just a little bit more dashing than the rest of them. Expect you going for Dan 3. What a rebel. Hey, the Iron Kaiser, welcome in. Just think of it as you got 1 extra hour to enjoy life. And then you've got the 4th Thief run to watch for the rest of the night. I mean, one of the nice things about 4 Thieves, it is extremely cheap to outfit your party. Anything you pick up you can probably sell because you can't use it. So we'll have no problems buying lots and lots of heal potions and getting lots and lots of revivals at the clinics. Alright, there we go. That should hold us for a little while. And what do we have coming up? So I'd have to get to Elfland to get another ogre fight. Here it's probably best to do... I really don't want to fight those werewolves, unfortunately. And Geist up here, that's kind of bad. We'll try to go for it. See if I can get over to the Mad Pony Zone. We did it. Excellent. Putting me in good position for another ogre battle here. The thief looks like he's from Provoca. I assure you, the thief is from Melmond. Hi, Iron Tiger. We are doing a 4 Thief challenge. It is going to be exciting. It'll also be more than one day. So, I think we will, we'll almost certainly get through Astos here. Like, unless things are way worse than I predict, Astos should go down tonight. And we'll start working on our grind for Lich. And then the second bit, tomorrow, doing like another 6 hours or so, I would see getting pretty late in the game. Maybe, well, certainly should get the airship by then. And have our late game grind started. But I'll be working on getting the Thieves up to very high levels for Monday, where we'd probably be taking on Temple of Fiends. I've got an estimate for these things. Have I done this before? Not for a really long time. On stream, I've done 4 white mages twice, I've done 4 red mages, and I've done 4 black belts. Four black belts actually starts off a lot like 4 Thieves, except the black belts are somewhat decent after a while. And you're able to do pretty good damage once they start getting 2 attacks per round with their fists. There we go, Dan, get another level up there. So, I think I want to be up here for Iguana, if I can. Yes, alright, there we go. How close am I to the 32% hit rate? So, level 10 is when we have 2 attacks per round with the scimitars. Level 12 with the saber. So we got some time. Go ahead, swap some team members around to keep the damage relatively evenly balanced. Alright, where to next? So if we stick up here, get a Mad Pony. Because I don't want to fight Geists. Don't really want to fight Mad Pony for that matter. They do a lot of damage. But we're getting better at running. And then I can do Kaizaku's on the boat. Might as well hit the end before I do that. We'll get a lot of boat cash from these Kaizaku's. I can be relatively aggressive with my wiggling because I'll have only to get to 3-7, which is the zone to the south, for our next ogre fight. Only one Kaizaku. Does pay for the intro. we go. Alright, swing around, get our ogre fight. We'll be heading to the west to set up the next ogre fight after this as well. Then it's a question of where do I go next. We're at a part of the encounter cycle where the ogres are a little bit thin. There's a nice cluster of ogres near the beginning, which is why if you ever see me do the marathon route, you do a whole bunch of power cycles to get groups of ogres repeatably. I may start doing that because we are pretty close to being able to survive several ogre fights in a row. Nice, Dan picking up level 6 there. So I think we have 2 people at level 6 right now, and the other 2 working on it. I forget who was spread out the most in terms of experience. As these characters die off in various battles, they are increasingly desynced about where their levels are going to be. Dan 2-6. Dan won the laggard. 70 more experience to go. And 1400 for this level. Yeah, we're starting to get serious level ups required. So that's 28 ogres for those level ups. Well, I guess I will do the Kaisuke fight. Why not? Mummy grinds and Agama grinds on the table? Yes. Post Astos, Mummy grind looks really attractive. I think Mummy grind looks better than Hall of Giants because the mummies are a little bit easier and you're closer to like a clinic and a recovery spot for buying more heal potions when you run out. And then Agama's, I think what you'd do is maybe, well, you beat Carrie first so that you have an easy way of escaping. And I think you might try killing some of your party off to power level individuals. And that way you can kind of focus your grind on the Agamas a little bit faster. Because you definitely want to have a very unbalanced party at the end. It's more important to have a level 50 character than it is to have everybody at like level 40. Because only one person can wield the Mazmune, and you've got nothing else for attack. Best weapon for a thief. So number 1 weapon is going to be Mazmune. Number 2 is Coral Sword. Number 3 is Dragon Sword. Number 4 is Rune Sword. And number 5 is Falchion. You can argue Silver Knife at number 5. Depends on how your accuracy is looking. But it gets pretty grim. Yeah, basically the weapons you get right after killing Astos are the best weapons you have for the entire game. And you can't even take the Mazmune out of Temple of Fiends, which really hurts. Like, if you could take Mazmune out and either grind with it or be able to redo Temple of Fiends, not having to go all the way to that chest, like it'd make the Fiend fights much simpler, then I think you could get through Temple of Fiends so much easier. But you don't have Warp, you don't have Exit. So there is no way out once you go in. Alright, we got a really good ogre stretch coming up here, so I want to set up for this one. Hey, there's everybody at level 6 now. I'm going to put you in the front. Gonna run away from the mad ponies. Gonna try not to die to the mad ponies. Now we have 3 ogre fights in a row. Followed by some Kaisaku fights if we want some cash. Trying to think of what else I should pick up. So we need one more saber for the last stand. Those are for later. I'm just buying them now because I've got really nothing else to spend the money on. You could buy copper bracelets. Improve your evasion by 1%. And other than that, lots and lots of heal potions. Lots and lots of heal potions. You know, in the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide where it recommends that you have 99 pure potions for Marsh Cave? Not going to be a problem. We will be able to get 99 pure potions and not even dent our cash by the time that we get there. You don't actually need 99 pure potions. Even without manipulating the encounters, maybe 20 tops. With manipulation, like 10 pure potions will take you through there. Heal potions are going to be a lot more important for this team. Because they have no way of healing and they're going to take so much damage from everything inside. Hey, Richard, is this Pure Thief all the way through? That is the plan. If I find out that my level ups were really bad, and it's not going to be possible to kill Chaos, then I don't mind class changing the ninja at the end. But as long as we can swing it, we'll do 4 Thieves. That is true. If you try to heal poison in battle, you will need a lot more pure potions to get through that. I don't recommend doing that. Hey, Muriel, have I done 4 Thieves before? Not on stream. I've done it off stream years ago. On stream, I've done 4 red mages, 4 black belts, and then twice done 4 white mages with NES. I've done 4 Thieves on PlayStation, where it's not as bad. It's still pretty bad, but not as bad. And then 4 Thieves on GBA is actually pretty fast because you can get the attack items from the 15 puzzle, and then you really can just blast through this early part, and you don't have to worry about the wizards or Astos or Lich at all. GBA almost makes it too easy to do some of these challenge runs. Another 5 Kaisaku fight. Alright, this should be good. So, plenty of cash here. And then I will stock up on supplies, go out for another round of ogres. What if you don't abuse the 15 puzzle? Because you can save anywhere for all the remakes, that also makes things way, way simpler. Being able to save anywhere, you know, if you get a bad fight in Temple of Fiends, it's no big deal, you just retry it. Whereas NES, if you get a bad fight in Temple of Fiends, you lose 30 minutes, because you have to redo the whole temple. At least up to Chaos. Chaos in the remakes did get buffed quite a bit. So everything outside of Chaos is much easier. And then Chaos is roughly neutral in difficulty if you have Temper. And if you don't have Temper, Chaos is actually really hard. Hey, Zelasi, welcome in. And welcome into Kaiser Soze as well. Dan has multiplied. That is definitely what has happened. We went to Melmond, and suddenly everybody was named Dan. A terrible affliction. Save Anywhere does help with Final Fantasy II as well. That's another one where The original version for Final Fantasy 2 and 3 are both relatively difficult, but the remakes, Save Anywhere just kind of crushes some of the difficult sections in them. Alright, how are we doing on level ups? So, about 1,000 experience for the next level up. Those Kaizoku battles are actually pretty lucrative. I guess if you get 5 Kaizoku, the experience is quite good. On average, though, I should probably play towards the ogre fights instead. No saving in a dungeon is actually not too bad for Final Fantasy 3, except for the very last dungeon, which is ridiculously long. Final Fantasy 3 had very nice pacing throughout most of the game, and then you get this enormous dungeon at the end that, unless you know about these secret class changes you can get through one part of it, the final boss is also really tough. You know where you're going in Final Fantasy 3, though. It gets a little bit easier. Alright, do I want to try for the Kaizoku? Or do I just stick around here? I think I just stick around here. And play out the loop. So we'll get the ogre on this side. Then we need to go north to burn an encounter. We come back down for the ogre, iguana, ogre. Alright, we have at least 3 out of 4 ogres plus an iguana coming up. That is some good XP. Nice, glad you've enjoyed Final Fantasy 1. I think it is, for people that have not played the original version when it first came out, difficult to get them to try the NES version because it is a pretty intensive grind experience. Like, the reason that you grind is so that it makes the game a reasonable length. And that's just not how modern RPGs are put together. But people that have the nostalgia for it, it's held up pretty well. For coming out fairly early in the NES's life cycle on the scheme of things. It was in between Dragon Warrior 2 and 3, more or less, for its era. And I think it compares pretty well to those games. Dragon Warrior 4, though, that was when RPGs got a lot more sophisticated. So it is a little bit of a tougher comparison for Dragon Warrior 4 on that side. Is it true Melman's offering free tuition? It may be true, but I am sure it's a scam. If you ever get an invitation to go to Melman, just run away. Just run away and don't look back. Alright, let's drop. Actually, I don't think we need to drop any heals. Dan 1, because he's in the back, should survive this. Yeah, Dragon Warrior 1, that's a game that is even more grindy than Final Fantasy. At some point, I'll probably do some Dragon Warrior 1 NES speedruns. They're a little bit mindless, because it is like 6 hours of fighting monsters to get all your level ups for the Dragon Lord. I mostly do, for Dragon Warrior, the Game Boy Color versions for 1 and 2, because those have a lot of quality of life improvements that greatly speed up the game. Especially Dragon Warrior 1. Dragon Warrior 2, I'd say GBC might actually be harder than the NES version. Hey, Binary Nova. Worried about 4 Dans more than 4 Thieves? You should definitely worry about pretty much everything that's going on here. None of this is correct. This iguana kind of saucy. Dragon 2 GBC harder than NES for speedrunning. Because there is a glitch in NES that lets you basically have the 2 attacks from the Falcon Sword while having the damage from the Sword of Destruction that wrecks the bosses at the end. So getting to Hargon's Castle is really hard in NES. But you can get this gigantic boost, and so finishing the game is not too bad. GBC is a much more consistently difficult one, where early on it's easier, but the ending is tougher. Casual play, Dragon Warrior 2 NES is like off the scale difficult because it is so ridiculously unfair for how that is put together. I just realized I don't have any more tents. I want to still be in this zone, but it's going to be tough to get to Provoca and back so I can restock. I've got an iguana in between my next ogre fight, so depending on where that iguana is, we might be okay. Dan 3 may not be okay, but the rest of us will be fine. Alright, how are we doing on those level ups? Alright, 500 to 700 XP remaining. So that is 10 to 14 ogres, I think. Getting there. Got about halfway through the level since the last time I came back. Oh, and we should be able to get the tents in time. Let's go ahead, stock up on supplies, hit the inn, and then go get our iguana. Guess 20 tents should do. There's our first 5 of those. $10 down. $15. Feels like marathon route play again, getting all these tents to do encounter skips. So this time we just need tents to stay alive. It's actually really good to have tents for healing because it is way more efficient than heal potions. It's the same strength as a heal potion, but hits your entire party for only 15 more gold. As long as you are on the overworld outside of battle, tents are definitely the way to go. But in battle, you have to use heal potions, and in dungeons, you have to use heal potions as well. Welcome back, Clustro. You missed 1/2 of level 6. We have a dozen more ogres to go for level 7. I wonder if I can start taking on Grogers yet. They still seem really scary. Alright, there's enough heals for right now. Let's go back and begin claiming our ogres. We'll get roughly 3.5 ogres in this next bit. Swing around and start doing some Kaiserku, I think, after that. Ooh, that might not be close enough. How did I get a creep? What encounter is this? Suddenly concerned about where I am in the encounter cycle. Creeps are pretty bad because they're like a half ogre in output, but only a third of an ogre in a reward for experience. Was not expecting him to show up. I was thinking I would have an iguana next. So what is this battle here? That's wolf battle because we didn't make it in time. We were one step short of seeing what the true fight was. So let's get out of here. Actually, what I can do is if I'm correct about the encounters, I should be getting a ogre on this side next. No, it is Grimp Werewolf. Uh-oh. Am I off by one? I might be off by one. Let's just keep going until we get our next ogre fight, then I should be able to sync up again. That would explain the creep. If I was one off. There we go. So there's my ogre fight. So I lost an ogre opportunity because of that. That's okay. There'll be more ogres to come. I actually have not played the phone version of Dragon Quest games. I know that it's simplistic enough that I think the controls would not be too bad. And that's usually the thing that is the worst about those mobile ports, is just that you've got really bad controls on them. But Dragon Warrior 1 works well for that. And this should be an iguana. Making sure I'm lined back up here. There we go. Alright. Now we're back in the right spot. The best part about this is that there's just so many encounters that you need that missing any one encounter is like barely even a dent in your plans. Next up we get Kaizoku, which I'm beginning to respect the Kaizoku more and more for their experience, especially when they come in large packs. Kaizoku actually give you the same XP as a creep does, and 8 times the gold. But only one Kaizoku again. Would be better to run from Sahags or Mad Ponies. I've been doing the Mad Ponies whenever I wanted to run. I think the Mad Ponies are still better because they're fewer in quantity. 2 to 4 instead of 4 to 6. You feel bad for the Kaizokus? They shouldn't be on my boat if they don't want me to kill them. We'd all get along much better if these monsters would stay off my boat. That's really the only reason we have to fight. Alright, 43 on top ogre. We're starting to get a lot better. Even with the very, very small damage improvements from each level up. I get 1 point of strength per level up, guaranteed through level 10. After that, it is less consistent about the thief strength bonuses. So we have to kind of hope that we get reasonable strength improvements from that point on. But even that 1 point of strength over time makes a really big difference on these. Am I expecting a Melmon-made boat to float? I'm really just happy when a Melmon-made boat is not on fire. Well, that's not true. I'd be happier if it was on fire. Especially if it was still in downtown Melmon at the time. Alright, let's go ahead Let's start steeping encounters with tents. Save a little bit of time versus running on these. Alright, there's one over there. Might be starting to get better for Elfland at this point, so that we have more opportunities for ogre creep battles. I've been shying away from the ogre creeps because, again, I don't really like the creep fights, but I can probably take them here. Nice high roll. I hope that the grand finals had more thieves than this match did. If not, definitely shouldn't watch it. Does victory stolen from the jaws to defeat count? Well, the thieves in this game can't steal. I'm pretty sure they also cannot count. Oh man, Dan 3, getting some good work in there. It almost feels like I have a level 2 fighter. Almost. They're not quite as good as a level 2 fighter, but they're trying hard. Alright, should be pretty close on top ogre here. Start working on bottom ogre. Man, Dan 3 taking so much damage. There we go. Top ogre out. Bottom ogre, very evasive. Especially feels like our critical hit rate's improving, which is kind of the key element here as we get to think about what our Astos plans are like. Astos, you're doing no damage unless you get a critical. So it is all about when do you get enough criticals between the 4 thieves. Well, really 3 thieves, because you're probably going to get rubbed at the start in order to be able to beat him down before he gets his lit 2s and fire 2s off, which is like 4 rounds into the fight. Hyrule suffering from Dota withdrawal here. They're just trying to get an excuse in for you to pick it back up again, and then suddenly 6 months later you wake up in an alley. We know how these things go. Alright, pretty equal damage here, so I think I can take the 2 iguana fights and then go back into Provoke at that point. Restock up on supplies. Time for Dan 2 to take the lead. We should be really close to level 7 by now. See how far off we are. 250, 200, 337, 37. Alright, yeah, it's about to happen. We are soon going to be level 7 thieves. So very, very soon. In fact, one of us should be a level 7 thief after this. Actually, no, 37. We're a little bit short. We'll get it after the next iguana fight. I hope Dan can hold on. Hold on for dear life against the iguana. He's usually not a bad fight. But that's when I have like weapons and armor and things. Turns out iguana's way harder than I expected. And ogres are actually way easier. I could pretty much beat ogres right away after killing Bicky and getting those scimitars. And I thought it would be a really long time fighting junk monsters before we could actually take in anything of the ogre class down. Oh, we did get 38. Alright, Dan 3. Welcome to level 7. I could do Kaizoku, and then we have one dead battle before Ogre Kaizoku. There's a really big dry spot in this encounter cycle. What do we got coming up? Oh, there's the ogres. Alright, they're biding their time. They'll be here in a little while. I think to really enjoy those team-based battles, I'd have to know my teammates really well, which is very hard unless you're doing like the professional players and they're like living together and playing the game together all the time. Even if you have some people you play with quite frequently, it's still very difficult for you to get like that really big level of trust that you need to know that they're putting as much effort into it as you are, and that everybody's kind of trying to really work together as a team instead of as individuals. Hey, Vicarian, welcome in. You are just in time for maybe getting level 7 on these thieves. We got our first level 7 thief here just a few seconds ago, and boy does it feel somewhat uninspiring. Gotta get more levels before we can take on Marsh Cave. For a second there, I was almost overjoyed that we were done buying heal potions, but I don't think I'm near 99 quite yet. Been buying like 20 at a time. Stacking up on these things slowly as we go through the fights. There we go, 99 heal potions, that's our first maxed out item on that. Do these have a valid purpose on any team in Final Fantasy 1? No. Even if you want to intentionally kill a character off, it's better to do that with a black mage. Thieves are completely useless. I'm serious, like, black mage will have lower HP at the start, he won't dodge as much, so he'll die a little bit faster. Whereas a thief just really takes up space. I'm gonna go ahead and ignore the mad pony. Try to ignore the mad ponies. They're provoking us. And then down here to the ogre fight next. Let's go ahead and put Dan 3 back in charge. Hey, Chuck, welcome in. It is all Thief tonight. There is one thing that we are not short of, and that is thieves. Well, really, I need more thieves. If we had, like, we could fit, I think we could fit 12 thieves on the screen. It might be a little bit tight, but 12 guys could fit in that box, and we would be doing way more damage on these. I could easily afford 12 sets of armor and 12 scimitars for those guys. What's the story behind the name Dan? So I use A, B, C, D for my character names in speedruns, and Dan is the one that tends to die in the end of the run, because you only have 3 events in this game. So somebody's going to be unprotected from elemental attacks, including instant death spells, and so they really have very, very little chance of survival. And that person, by convention, is Dan. So he's useful for a number of other things, such as any time that you're doing something really outrageously awful. You should definitely name your character Dan, so that everybody can sympathize. I want to be on this side here. We're going to grab the Mad Pony fight, skip that, then do another Kaizaku fight, then get back into the ogre battling. Some good, healthy ogres coming up here in the very near future. Do I plan to grind any percent back? It would be a while after I finish doing single segment. There's a lot left for single segment to go. Like, I think the current route can get a couple minutes faster from better luck, and then I want to try a 3-character party with single segment, and that'll take a while to route out and really optimize. So I don't see getting to any percent really in the near future. Certainly not during this year. Alright, so it goes Kaizaku, skip Kaizaku. Yeah, there's good fights around Elfland for this part of the encounter cycle, but nothing good around Provoca for a lot of these battles. Hey, Soundhound, welcome in. You are in time for some dance. We got plenty of Dan for you tonight. Also a lot of thieves. That is true. The biggest upside is that we don't have to go to Melmon and buy steel armor. That is always a good thing to be able to say. How did Dan 3 get his promotion? Probably from incompetence. Also, I just kind of rotate people around as they could take damage on these. I don't actually know if I can get to 5-5 in time. Oops. That could be bad if we miss out on this ogre fight here. Should have done that a lot closer to the ogre zone. We missed out. Oh well. Mistimed my walkover. So where do we want to go next? I guess back to take another Kaizaku fight? We know where the Kaizaku fights are, at least. They're in the boat. And 3 Kaizaku is pretty much the same XP as an ogre. So we're not losing too much from that. Oh yeah, this is going to be one of the longer grinds. We have to get up to probably level 12 before we take on Marsh Cave. That's where I'm going to do the split. And then from Marsh Cave to Astos, I mean, we have to finish Marsh Cave, probably grind another 2 levels, and then fight Astos, so that's like another hour and a half or so. There is a slow starting curve when you're playing with 4 Thieves. Very, very slow starting. Chrysalis is pretty fast by comparison. It's only an hour-long speedrun. So it takes me more like an hour and 15 minutes. Need to go back to that game and improve my time some. I'd like to get down to like under an hour 5. Alright, so this should be iguana. Check. Then we get to go ogre, 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 ogre. We will be ogre killing by the end of this. Hey, Big Chung-Li, that is a big assumption that we're going to have ninjas. If all goes well, we will not class change, and we will do this challenge purely as 4 Thieves. I'm only going to class change to ninjas if I feel like our level ups are really bad, and we don't have the stats to beat Chaos. And then we have ninjas as a fallback. You know, you get a couple of charges of fast, you get way better gear, and that'll make up for any poor statistics growth over the course of the game. Oh, nice overswarm. 55 minutes is really good. That is an extraordinary time. No Dan 3. You gotta stay alive here. I think the big thing for me when I was learning Chrysalis is that I didn't have a really precise D-pad on my controller. And when you're doing those grinds, there's a lot of really fast turnarounds. Like, being unable to hit like the diagonals really consistently was hurting me quite a lot, so I had to do like these much more circuitous loops around to avoid hitting the monsters. I should just go and pick out a better controller for that particular game. And see if I can get back into it at some point. It was really fun learning it, though. Alright, everybody but Dan 2 taking some big damage here. That's okay, we got plenty of tents. I want to make sure I don't miss a single ogre in this upcoming stretch. There we go, Dan 1. I think that was the last level 7 we were looking for. Yeah, it should be here next. There we go. Oh no! The double ogre ambush! We should have the HP to survive this now. Should have it. Behold the power of my level 7 Thieves! They could do 0 damage with a single hit. At one point, Dragon Dark was talking about a ROM hack of Chrysalis that took away the level requirement for doing damage to things. That'd be interesting to see what you could realistically change with a speedrun if you didn't have to grind up to level 16 in order to fight Dragon at the end. Because then you have, you know, a lot more emphasis on kind of the actual really, really crucial boss fights for just staying alive and getting through those in one piece. Although I imagine they'd be really, really slow and tedious, because you'd be doing, without the level requirement, it's like 2 or 3 damage per hit. Still a very small amount. Actually, I want to be down here. There we go. This line, 2 more ogre fights, and then back to the left for 1 more ogre fight after that. It is the ogre flowing Valley of Ogres right now here around Provoca. Making up for that big dry spell we had earlier. Alright, 75. So doing good on the top ogre. Let's see if those 2 guys can take him out. My favorite Chrysalis story is that when I first got the game, I missed the clues to go do the insect fight in the swamp cave. And so I was trying to get through the ice section with just like the rabbit boots. And you can get really close to doing jumps up there. The Taz can jump up the slopes, but you can't do it in real time. But it looks like you can make it up there. So I was just continuously trying to do that and wandering around and grinding there. And I don't think I hit level 16 at the ice cave before finding out that there was a side quest that I had missed. But I was in like level 14 or 15 range. That was my first playthrough of Chrysalis, back when it was first new and coming out. Obviously, that made a big chunk of the game pretty simplistic. Because until you got to probably around like Go or something, I was over-leveled for all of the fights. Call the Nintendo Power Hotline. That was one of those things I always wanted to do, but never actually got to do. I mean, most games I didn't really have much of a problem with it, but there were a couple of games that were either too hard for me to finish or very frustrating to finish. I remember a couple that, let's see, which ones did I get stuck on? I got stuck in Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Like, I could get to the Technodrome, and then I wasn't able to figure out the path through there to actually finish the game. And it actually turned out to be really, really hard. So I didn't feel bad about that one later. Like, sometimes you just learn that you missed something really obvious and you feel bad about it. And then other times it's like, well, that game was just jerk. Just a jerk game. And now for TMNT, the speedrun uses this... It's not a new strat, but a relatively recent strat compared to most of the techniques in that game. To do these screen wraps, where if you're at like the top edge of the screen and you attack, you can vertically wrap the screen around and actually skip through a bunch of chunks of the game. It like helps in the air-based section as well as in the Technodrome. Makes the Technodrome way simpler. Alright, I get 1 break, and then 3 more ogre fights in a row. That's awesome. We're getting so many ogres here. How are we doing on levels? We need about 1,500 experience. That is 30 ogres for level 8. Making slow progress. More RPGs like Final Fantasy and Dragon Warrior 1. I think that we just have such better game design these days because you're not forced to put your content into really, really tiny programs anymore. That you can have much better flowing like maps and more monsters and just kind of space the game out a little bit, which I think gives you better pacing. Like, you don't have to do gigantic grinds and stuff, which mostly went away in the Super Nintendo era. Like, you had to do some grinding in Final Fantasy 4 and 6, but they were way, way reduced to Final Fantasy 1. And by the time you got to the PlayStation, it actually punished you for grinding in a lot of spots. Like Final Fantasy 8 got harder if you did grinding. Final Fantasy 9, you don't need levels at all, really. Final Fantasy 7, you kind of need levels, but not especially. You need materia more than you need levels. There we go, back at full health. Go ahead and grab the 2 ogre fights down here. Yeah, Final Fantasy 1 did have a lot more unfair fights than I think any of the later Final Fantasies had. But that's true even if you know what you're doing, because the monsters will just be either able to do like one-shots, instant death, or they can do so much damage with a really, really random critical hit that you've got no chance of surviving it. And that kind of was true for the Dragon Warrior series as well. Dragon Warrior 2 especially, they were very much experimenting with what it was like to have a party as opposed to a single character. And so having the monsters with all-party instant death wasn't considered like a major problem. But it definitely was very inconvenient to play against. And then right around Dragon Warrior 3, I think that they got much more sophisticated about balancing teams and about balancing the monsters. Dragon Warrior 3 still has some very difficult sections, but it's nowhere near as bad as Dragon Warrior 2. Hey, we're getting good luck with these ogres. Last of double ogre fights is extremely good for us here. Maybe not good for Dan 1, but for the rest of us, it's good. He's just being very generous, trying to share his experience with the other members of the team instead of hugging it for himself. Alright, we should be pretty close to taking out that ogre. Let's see if Dan 1 can get the job done. Start switching down to the bottom ogre here. Should get through his 100 health. Yes, there we go. Top ogre out of the way. Alright, Dan 1, you just gotta clench. Just gotta clench. Now that we're doing like 20 damage a hit, if we get good hits in there, these ogres are suddenly like 2 or 3 rounds shorter. Maybe not short enough for Dan 1. But he's gonna try. I feel like if it wasn't for those misses, Dan 1 might have survived. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome in. You were in time. For a lot of thieves. Alright, Dan 1 is the furthest behind. I should make sure that he tries not to die as often as he is. He's about 400 experience behind the best person in the party, who is, of course, also named Dan. So we'll keep Dan 1 near the back for a little while. Okay, I've got 99 heal potions. Let's start increasing our tent stockpile. I use a lot of tents throughout here just to keep my HP up because it's more efficient than buying 4 heal potions every time. Maybe I should get those copper bracelets now. Get that 1% extra improved chance of evasion. See if Dan 1 will live with that where he died before. Am I going to upgrade the ninja? I'm going to try not to. If I get to the end of the game and my stats aren't good enough to do it with 4 thieves, then I'll class change. But if things work out, we will have 4 thieves all the way to chaos. We'll probably find out in Sunday's session how that's going to look. I think tonight, Astus is going to be a solid goal. You know, we got a lot of leveling left to go before we can take on Marsh Cave and Astos. Then a lot more leveling before Lich. After Lich, though, I think it gets a little bit easier for a while. You'll be able to finally get to Ordeals and get that Zeus Gauntlet out. It would be so nice to have an attack. Any attack. Plus, after Astos, it gets more fun because you have the magic swords and the silver bracelets, so you can take on significantly tougher enemies than these ogres. Alright, let's spend down to 1,000 and call that good for tents for probably the foreseeable future. I should be more aggressive using tents to skip encounters rather than running away, because I'll save a little bit of time on all the encounter skips I need to do. Alright, so we can get Kaizaku fight, and then there is 2 that doesn't have anything. Then we get another ogre battle in. Oh man, getting all these solo Kaizakus. We are running out of Kaizakus in this universe. Oh, we're coming up on our first Group 8 encounter. That'll be exciting. Actually, can I get... I wonder if I could get to Elfland and back before that ogre fight. I should probably be taking Elfland as a better option for some of these. I could get maybe 1 ogre fight down here. If I'm lucky, I get 2 ogre fights. Oh, will we be lucky? We're so close. No! Okay, we lost 1 of them. We'll still have 1 ogre fight. I can get the saber while I'm here. There is 1 Dan that does not have his saber yet. We're going to keep using the scimitars, though, until we have a better accuracy score. Let's see what are our stats looking like. So 15 and 27. It would be 18 and 22 if I switched over to the saber there. I think I want to stick with the scimitars. We'll keep going on those for a little bit. Alright, so if we stay here, we will get a Shark battle in the sea, the Kaizaku battle, then it's the Group 8 battle, which I don't think we could survive 2 sharks and 3 Arsa hags. We could try a Groker Ogre fight here. There's actually some really good Elfland encounters coming up. There we go. Alright, Ogre's out of the way. Kaizaku, and then do I have enough steps to get back to the inn? I probably should be able to make it. If not, I will just tent here. Just to be safe. Oh yeah, that's Shark. The next one's Kaizaku. I was like, is there supposed to be a Shark there yet? And it is supposed to be a Shark. Shark, then Kaizaku. We'll need to move Dan 2 out of the line of fire here. Maybe swap him with Dan 4. And then 10 up after that. Oh man, Dan 2 takes so much damage. Shark does give me a little bit more experience than an ogre does, but not much, and not enough to justify it if there was an ogre that we could take instead. Don't worry, Dan 2's a champion. He's a survivor. He'll make it through these fights. Even if it kills him. Oh man, 5 Kaisuku. Alright, well, that's 75 experience. That is an ogre and a half here. Plus a lot of cash. So I'm okay with dropping a couple tenths afterwards to heal up. Then we get to see what the Groger is like with this team. If I can take on Grogers, ooh, that would be nice. I am skeptical though, for 2 reasons. First of all, Groger is way more powerful than Ogre is, and the second is it's 1 Groger plus 1 to 2 Ogres. So I might go from a 2 Ogre fight to a 2 Ogre fight plus a Groger. And that's probably too much damage for me to withstand. Slowly whittling the Kaisukus down. There we go, last one. Alright, so if I don't make it back to Elfland and hit the end, it costs me 210 gold to heal up fully. That's so close that I might as well just do it. Gonna try Groger with a saber. Be in convenient clinic range. Ooh, we get Groger and Ogre by himself. You know what? Let me take out Ogre first. He's the weaker one here. Reduces damage output. Those sabers are actually pretty good. As long as we can connect. We're doing 3 to 6 extra damage on him. Now let's see how the saber does on the Groger. I'm expecting the Groger to basically need a crit to do anything reasonable for damage. Yeah, 4. Ooh, 20's pretty good. We can do 20s. We can do this. $38 damage so far. So that'd be like 6 rounds of attacks to kill him. Around 70. I think we can definitely take on Grogers now. Definitely take on Grogers. Alright, so that opens up a lot of possibilities. Like this will be, instead of the 97 experience we're getting for double ogres, this should be 119. Plus a lot more cash. Not that cash really makes much of a difference. And stay here for 2 more ogre fights in a row. I probably want to be up here. Up here for my trip to Provoca. Ooh, do I want to do a shark with a saber? Or do I want the extra accuracy of the scimitar to try to bypass his evasion? It's really nice having the sabers on these ogres because they don't dodge very much. here to my boat. Let me do it from this side. That way I'm guaranteed to have no steps before reaching the boat, because all those dock tiles are all safe squares, not advancing my encounters at all. What I'm trying to do is to see if I can get to Elf, or get from Elfland to Provoca. So I will potentially be able to get an ogre fight followed by a Groger fight. If not, I'll get a shark fight followed by a Groger fight. Because I can't imagine there being 2 boat battles before I get up there. And the shark is still pretty good, although not as good as the ogre fight would be. Alright, there goes my ogre fight. So now I'm going to need to get over there before the Groger happens. That actually might be pretty tight. And then we get 1 wasted battle and a whole bunch of ogres in a row. Uematsu didn't know how to write music that you could listen to for a really long time. Although some of the dungeon themes are a little bit weird, especially like Sky Castle. If you ever listen to the very end of that track, it just kind of gets crazy. Oh, we didn't get there. So when you're moving between zones, it's the zone that you're walking from, not the zone that you're walking to, that determines the encounter. So I got the regular ogre fight instead of the Groger fight. I was 1 step off. 1 measly step off. Ooh, and we have another, that's not Group 8, that is Group 7, I think. That is still another easily accessible Groger fight here. So we'll be swarming in Grogers for a little bit. Hey, Everglaw. Well, considering that we're still grinding before we can go to Marsh Cave, yeah, the grind is pretty bad. There is a lot of grinding for the 4 Thieves run. You got this part here, then you've got the grind before Lich. Then you've got the Agama grind for your mid to late game. So there's like 3 separate multi-hour grinds in this route. At least what I've got planned out. Like, I don't have a real official route for this. I just kind of got some ideas about how I'm going to put this together. But there's like, 4 or 5 hours here. And then probably 2-3 hours at Lich, and then... I actually don't know how long the Agamas are going to be. The Agamas are going to depend on how many characters need to be level 50. So that could easily stretch from anywhere between 1 and 4 hours in the end. Grinding for safe stress against the bosses are the minimum you need to beat them. Pretty much the minimum you need to beat them. If you want to take a really long time retrying the boss fights over and over again, you can do lower levels. But it's faster to grind and then do the fights in like a couple of attempts. Because saving like 1 level at Astos is probably turning it from 20 minutes of trying to beat them into 2 hours of trying to beat them. And 2 hours you can get another level in that time. Isimar, thank you very much for the Agama fact there. I will put that in the Agama fact collection bin, which is always open for business. Why not grind eyes after getting pro rings? Because the rest of the monsters in Ice Cave are really bad. And the eye is only like 1 1/3 Agamas. Remember that you don't have warp and you don't have exit. So you have to beat all of the eyes that you want and then escape Ice Cave with all the sorcerers and frost wolves and frost giants and things chasing after you. It's really tough to get through there. For the Agama grind, You know, you got no worries about the off-tile encounter, because you're just going back and forth between two trap tiles. And then you get, to escape, if you've already beaten Carrie, you just walk down a floor and take the teleporter out. And that way you have a really easy way to preserve your wins after you've done the grind. I think by the time that you could reasonably do the monsters in the ice cave, you'll be able to get all of the attack items, like the Thor Hammer, Zeus Gauntlet, Mage Staff, Black Shirt, and so on. And then you can take on the monsters in Mirage Tower, which are going to be even better for experience. Like, instead of giving you an Agam and a half, or an Agam and a third for the eye case, you'll have a lot of fights that are 2.5 Agamas from them. Why won't this top ogre die? Maybe I just miscounted how much damage he had. I thought he was close to death. I was evidently wrong. Let's see if Dan 4 can finish the job off before bottom ogre goes down. Nope. Bottom ogre taken out first. There we go. There we go. Alright, how are we doing relative to our level up? We are almost to get level 8. We are very, very close to level 8 here. Ooh, this is going to be rough. Alright, so let's start taking these ogres out. These ogres have to go down super fast. That'll help. Need an 18 here. Alright, 10 more to go. Dan 1, you got this. He doesn't have it. Alright, 83 versus 90. We're actually really close on these. We're going to just double up and see if we can take out both ogres here. 95, 90. That one's dead. And 90 on this other one. Alright, he's dead. Time for Groger. Groger should level up 3 of the 4 thieves here. How many hours do I think that this will take? Because I didn't record the last time I did it, it was many years ago. All I have is a vague estimate of it being somewhere between 15 and 20 hours. By class change, it will definitely be on the low side of that. Because the ninja makes things so much better. If I stick with the thieves, then it'll probably be on the high side of 20. Really depends also on like your luck getting through Temple of Fiends at the end. Each Temple of Fiends try is going to be, you know, at least half an hour. So I can get it first try, I could get it 10th try, and that'll be a big chunk of time difference. Down goes the Groger. What determines class change? To a large extent, it's just going to be based on whether we've gotten good stats for the level ups. The better our level ups have been, the better the 4 thieves will be natural. If we get bad level ups, then ninjas will bail us out. Up through level 10, I'm guaranteed a strength level up every time. After that, like half of them have guaranteed strength level ups, and the other half are 25% chance. Vitality is all over the place, so you're already starting to see a little bit of a spread for the thief HP. That's just going to get bigger and bigger as the game goes on. So the difference between like the perfect thief and the average thief is actually like really significant, like 200 hit points by the end. Plus probably like 30 to 50 damage around. If you ever do this with solo thief, then you have to get perfect level ups. Just doing an average thief, you won't be able to beat the game. 4 thieves, you have a lot more margin for error. Except for maybe Chaos. Chaos, you really only have one attacker. Well, really all the Fiend refights, you only have one attacker. That's not true. Just Tiamat and Chaos. Those are the only two that Masmian comes into play. Four Thieves is a large error. It is a pretty substantial mistake. But fortunately, it's working out. May be able to get Kaisaku's here. Got enough steps. Alright, we're one step short. One step short in the Kaisaku. And there's nothing really exciting coming up. Let me go ahead and do my first reset back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. I don't see a reason not to. Guess we can stock up on items before we do that. Nothing else to do with this money, except for maybe buy those copper bracelets. I've been eyeing the copper bracelets for a while, but the 1% difference in evasion seems just like so negligible. But I wanted to get all of my recovery items first, so let me get heals maxed out. To the pures, we should be able to get like 50 pure potions here. That'll be a big chunk of what we need overall. Here's where you really want to have those like buy 10 options for the randomizer, or just like the massive increase in experience and gold from the randomizer. But in the base game, you do this the manly way, one pure potion at a time. Thieves do save you a lot of money on equipment. They're very cheap to outfit. Plus you can sell all the items in the game because you can't use them. But if I want to preserve the ability to class change, I should probably leave the equipment in place that the ninjas could use, because I don't have a lot of room in my inventory. So things like the flame mail and ice armor should stay there until we decide we're going to do ninja route. Plus, I can't imagine that I actually need the money. We'll be up to our eyeballs in cash. I'll be shocked if I don't max out gold by the end of the Agama grind. It's 2472 gold per Agama. And I got a lot of Agamas to fight. I said if we decide to do ninja route. I still would like to stay on the thief path as long as possible. That's why I'm deferring picking up any items that the ninjas might use, so I don't feel bad about having to tote them around. Alright, from there we should, the next time that we come back here, be able to max out our pures. Maybe our tents as well, depending on how it goes. Alright, so back to the beginning of the encounter cycle here. I did that to get better fights coming up. We have... I think we should just skip the first couple here. Get out of the Kaisaku section. The last one you skip over to 5-5 after this. It's coming back to me for the marathon round. I used to do this all the time. This was ingrained. The number of times that I did this loop. Excellent. Double ogres. Good start there. And then we get ogre, ogre, groger, ogre. Which is a great sequence. Oh yeah, these sabers are really working out. Glad I decided to try them out, because we were at a point where the scimitars, we weren't getting a lot of benefit from their additional accuracy. And we are benefiting quite a bit from the 3 to 6 extra damage per hit that the saber has. Hey, Cypher, welcome in. We are definitely going. We have gotten to level 8. I think I need to be around level 14 to beat Astos. I'll probably do Marshcave around level 12. I don't think a wizard grind would be all that fun, even though the wizards do give you some good experience. I just have a feeling that it would not work out well. Just want to stay down here. Hey, another double ogre fight. Dan 4 is the true Dan. There is some debate about which Dan is the best Dan. I think the only Dan that has not been supported is Dan 2. Dan 2 seems kind of shady if you ask me. He's not died nearly often enough to be a true Dan. There we go, Dan 1 level 8. Is everybody level 8, or are we still missing one of them? Everybody's level 8. So now we need 2,000 more experience to get level 9. Which is basically 40 to 50 ogres to go. We're working on it. One ogre at a time. Dan 2 might be Bill in disguise. He's definitely not that competent. Bill sometimes goes to sword school. Here's our Groger fight coming up next. Really have to be able to take the Groger fights. Or at least so far we've been able to take the Groger fights. No guarantee that we survive any particular one of these battles. Not when your team's made of Dans. It's good to get some stretching in, but standing up, it's really tough to see the combat results at the bottom of the screen. There we go, that felt pretty good. It's all Groger. That actually sounds like it would work. You've got the basis of a very nice pun there. We just need to figure out how we mix up the Grogers and Wiz Ogres into the standard Ogre Punisher. Oh, so this Groger counts as 1.5 Ogres for the purposes of getting our 40. So we're definitely coming out ahead in that fight. 2.5 Ogres right there. Did these Dans get their hair dyed blue in Melmond? These Dans were born in Melmond. Melmond born and raised. Hey, Graffin, welcome in. Luckily, you're in time for the other 3 hours of grinding on ogres before we can fight Astos. The Gur in Groger stands for Groger. So the Groger Ogre. That makes sense. I could see that being true. Nobody has facts to contradict that at all. Alright, I think time to put Dan 3 in charge of the party. We'll mix it up a little bit. Peninsula Power is definitely outside of our capabilities. By the time you can beat things at Peninsula Power, you're probably past the point of really benefiting from it much, because you're almost able to get to like the Agamas. The ogres start running away, I will be scared. I don't think we're going to be grinding ogres that long. I mean, if we were actually getting level ups from doing this, yes, the ogres would start running away, but we basically get a level up like every 25 minutes. I mean, I don't know. Maybe you could beat, like, one Zombel. He would be, like, 10 times as hard as a Groger would be, though. Yeah, that's okay. I don't need to skip a battle there. It's another ogre fight next. Another ogre fight. Should I stick around for the Asp? Yeah, we'll do the Iguana instead. Do the Iguana instead. Asp is a pretty easy fight, but I have so far skipped every poisonous fight possible. It is an old speedrunning technique to just not do any poisonous battles. Slows you down, have to reorder the party. Usually at this point you don't even buy pure potions in speedruns. So we will take the Iguana. Get ogre, ogre, ogre. Iguana ogre. This is why I love this loop so much. So many ogres at the start of the encounter cycle. All the ogres you can eat, and then some. Although maybe not enough Grogers. If we had some Grogers in higher quantities, we could probably do some good things with this. There is a mini Peninsula Power by Astos' Castle that lets you get Groger fights from the start of the power cycle. And the reason you can do that is because there is one square near Astos that pokes into the Melmond zone. So you get the Melmond encounters, which has lots of ogre Grogers. It's got lots of shadows as well, which is why you have to reset a whole bunch to take advantage of it. But you can, if you survive Grogers nicely, beat that up. I think, though, that probably not that worth it. Though I'm debating. Still debating whether Melmond Peninsula Power could help us. What is different from normal marathon route play, though, is that I have to keep healing myself with tents. I've got no cure spells and no armor, so we just take a ton of damage. We did 36 there, so that's pace for a 3-round top ogre. Hopefully we pick up a little bit better in round 2. Up to 61, 80. Maybe we can do this, Dan 3. I don't know why I bothered asking. 7 damage short. Dan 4 surely can get the job done. He definitely would not disappoint us. Dan 4 delivers. Oh, real Dan. That is a bold statement. Really, could you turn down any of these Dans if they showed up on your doorstep? I thought not. Alright, we got ogre over here, then iguana, then ogre. I think we do another skip. Soon we're gonna have to give up the loop. We don't have much more loop time before this starts getting into the more mediocre phases. But we're doing good. Alright, on to bottom ogre here. Done that encounter. Next up, iguana. Iguana, ogre, skip. Ogre, groker. Alright, we have a groker coming up pretty soon. Feeling good about that. Feeling good about the groker. And I think after that point, there's actually a sailing trip you can do to Elfland. I remember one of my older routes having that. We did like 15 or... You did like 17 battles. And then you went to Elfland and you got like 3 more battles right away. Kind of a little bit of a bridge between the Provoca ogres and the Elfland ogres. Hey, Andreas Martin, welcome in. Any percent would be just about done with Chaos. I think with a good run, you could be done with Chaos by now. And a good team. A good team is also really important for that. Probably fewer thieves with it. I want to be on this side. Grab this, then we skip. This run Astos percent. We should get to Astos tonight. I think we're still on good pace for Astos on day 1. We should actually be getting pretty close to level 9 at this point. And at that point, well, really nothing. Level 10 is where it's significant. Level 10, we get 2 attacks with the scimitars. Very much looking forward to that. Been dreaming of 2 attacks with these thieves for the last 2.5 hours. Alright, skip. Left. To the right for the Groger. At that point, I probably want to make a break for Elfland. I'm not sure if I make it there easily, but we can try. We can certainly try. Actually, Elfland doesn't look all that good coming up. For some reason, I thought there was a really good Elfland stretch, but that might be a little bit later on. Alright, Specty, don't feel like you have to hold out. We'll have recordings. But if you do hold out, I hope that you enjoy the Marsh Cave, which I'm going to try the marathon route for it. For the encounter setup, because at least I know what the fights are like in that one. And then we'll see if we get 2 wizards or not. 2 wizards is almost certainly going to be essential for surviving that. How are we doing for level 9? We're halfway to level 9. Another 25 to 30 ogres to go for this level up. Ooh, double ogre Groger ambush. We got the full house. May not survive this one. Luckily, I did save beforehand. Saved quite a lot thanks to all these tents. Also, not hitting this ogre. He is the dodgiest ogre that has ever lived. 38 damage in round 1. Gonna have to really pick up the pace here. Alright, there's one ogre down. If we can get this other ogre down and Dan 4 and Dan 2 aren't dead, then they can drink potions for a little bit. While Dan 1 and Dan 3 get some work in. Should be close enough. Oh, drink it on yourself. Really, that's my own fault for believing that Dan would do anything right. My own fault for that one. There we go. Now we got ogre down. Is there a 4th thief record? There probably is. But I didn't particularly consult any resources before trying this. Hey, Hawk, am I doing everything tonight? No, we're going to do this in a couple nights. So, probably about 6 hours per night for tonight and tomorrow. And at that point, I should have a pretty good estimate about what the remaining time is like. We'll either go for 4 Thieves all the way, which is my current plan, in which case it goes into Monday and Tuesday, most likely, or we class change, which makes it way easier to finish, and then we either finish it Sunday night or early Monday. But right now I am leaning towards doing 4 Thieves if possible. Close enough here. I can just hit the end. We come back at the ogre and then the other Groger fight. I could have probably actually killed one Geist. Get a little bit of Geist experience on the side. 1 to 4 Geist in that encounter, though, and a lot of those, like 4 Geists, you probably don't want to mess with. You're going to get the whole party stun locked pretty fast. Ogre skip Groger. And at that point, I mean, is it worth continuing on that loop? Or just start the loop over again? That might be worth starting the loop over again at that point. Like, that's where you get through the bulk of your Ogre value. Well, actually, no, there's a good one coming up. Never mind. We can keep going a little bit after that. Just a little bit more. Didn't know that there were ogres down here. There is a small chance of fighting ogres in a lot of these spots. And what I'm doing is manipulating the encounters based on knowing what zone has got what fight in it. And so I'm bouncing back and forth between a whole bunch of different encounter zones. And that's why it seems like there's so many ogres. But really, it's actually a fairly uncommon monster. It's like a 1 in 6 chance of them showing up. Alright, we just got demolished. Let's go on to Ogre 2 here. Those criticals hurt a lot. That's right, focus on Dan 1 and 3 for a little bit here. The Coral Sword would be amazing. We had Coral, Dragon, and Rune Sword all at the same time. Once you beat Astos, you get 3 sword upgrades. Well, really 4 sword upgrades. You get the Falchion as well. And then you also get armor upgrades for silver bracelets for everybody. Which, triples your defensive rating. It is a huge, huge boost to beat that guy. But unfortunately, he's really, really tough for this party. Alright, we're gonna do Iguana skip Ogre. We can do Iguana. You just follow the Iguana chain. Nice, Chongli. I will often be playing games while having streams on in the background. It's a really good way to just kind of have some nice, calm, relaxing noise. Like, I enjoy watching, or at least listening to a lot of Hearthstone streamers. That's a game that is really easy to just have on in the background, and you can kind of follow along with what's going on even though you can't see the board. But you don't feel like you miss a lot if you miss a couple of turns. Hey, Peanock. We were just hanging out here at Provoca because we need to grind for a really long time to get to Astos. And Bruskley, thank you much for the good wishes there. We will need them. Solo Dance is a solid pun. Except I don't think Dan has a soul. There is a raging debate about Dan's position in the afterlife, which he spends quite a lot of time in. What level before Marsh Cave? So, really it's what level before Astos? Who I want to say level 14 is about what I'm going to need. And there's not a big reason to do Marsh Cave much before you can kill Astos. So I might go to like level 12, try Marsh at that point. And that way I'm able to give Astos a couple of cracks at 12 and 13, see how they go. But I think like 14 is about what I'm going to need. Farming Kefka for weapons. Can you get me some weapons? My thieves have no weapons. It's kind of a problem. Most challenging party for speedrunning Final Fantasy Legend 2. I think humans are probably the weakest character class. Espers get some really good magic, although they're hard to get the magic on, so maybe Espers is hard to get started. But once they get good spells, they're in really good shape. Monsters and robots are just like really, really powerful. They don't take a lot of work to get super upgraded. Let's go over in this direction. Drop my tent down. Skip the Geist fight, because that's no fun. Was Final Fantasy Legend the Game Boy version? So Final Fantasy Legend is what they called the Saga series when it was released in the US. Well, Saga 1 became Final Fantasy Adventure. And Saga 2 became, well, no. Sega Disaster became Final Fantasy Adventure. Saga 1 became Final Fantasy Legend 1. Saga 2, Final Fantasy Legend 2. Saga 3, Final Fantasy Legend 3, and so on. Until Romancing Saga came out, and then it turned back into Saga games, and Saga Frontier as well. It was confusing at the time, because there was a bunch of series that were actual series in Japan, and they got really mishmashed around. And if you're in Europe, there's a whole different problem, because Final Fantasy Mystic Quest also got thrown into that naming scheme somehow. Is eating meat to change your character correct? Yes. Final Fantasy Legend is the game where you eat lots of meat. It is delicious, delicious Agama meat. I could try to get Kaizoku, but I think I want to make sure I don't miss my Groker fight coming up. So we'll skip this next battle instead. Final Fantasy Legend 1 particularly is broken because there weren't any level restrictions on how your monsters could evolve with meat. So it was possible to get really high level monsters super early on if you knew what you were doing. Starting in Legend 2, they put these kind of level requirements on the monster's power to get certain evolutions, and that fixed some of the problems. But there's still some particular evolutions that are super good. Like in the speedrun, getting Watcher is a really amazing monster upgrade. I still would want to run the entire Legend series at some point. They're relatively short games, so you could do Legend 1 through 3 in like a single sitting. But Legend 3 especially is a really elaborate game to learn, because there's, in the way that most people do it, a lot of RNG manipulation. How long are you expecting to stream tonight? Probably about 6 hours. I think 6 hours tonight, 6 hours tomorrow. And we'll see how much of 4 Thieves is left at that point. Dan for MVP. I think everybody's going to lose the MVP award tonight. A 4-way tie for last place. Monster resistances were also pretty good. Usually I get monsters for the moves though. Like Watcher especially has got some really good instant death skills. And then as you get towards the last bosses, when you're going down with Key, there is some special meat in those fights. That's the only way to get the top 2 ranks of monsters. I guess just the top rank, because they both kind of go to the top rank, but on the A path and on the B path. In any case, the last evolutions you get with those are really, really good. Yeah, mutants in Final Fantasy Legend are the spellcasters. They basically learn their spells at random, and they have a fixed size list of spells that they can get. So, like in Legend 2, you can learn 4 spells, and then you have to start forgetting spells to learn new ones. So you can try stuff out, and usually you keep a handful that are really, really good. Yeah, I call them Espers, but it was Esper in Japanese and Mutant in the US translation, so they both mean the same thing. Good try, Cypher, but we will not be doing Fantasy. Fantasy doesn't work across multiple video files, so I wouldn't be able to do a Fantasy score for the whole playthrough. Maybe someday I'll add that, but that seems like an unusual scenario. Generally, I do single-sitting playthroughs. Well, I'm okay with getting Ogre Creep, which I don't think I am. I could go to Elfland. But I think what I want to do is go back to the beginning of that encounter cycle. I'll stock up on supplies, back to the beginning of the encounter cycle, hit level 9. Which should be coming up really soon now. Last time I checked, we were halfway to level 9. Which we've made some really good progress since then. A lot of ogres have fallen. Even some grogers here on the side. Yeah, if you had Fantasy, ogres would be doing pretty good. Although actually ogres have not gotten that many points. I'm not trying to run from them. They get very low critical hit rates. And then it's just down to like the ambushes. Astos though, Astos I imagine is going to score a lot. Depends on how many tries we do. Like if I don't fight Astos until 14, I think it'll go pretty fast. But if I try to fight Astos at 12, it would go much more badly. Oh, there's our first level 9. Beautiful Dan 3. How far are we up to the rest of them? 414, 197, and 154. Alright. Couple more ogres for those guys. Well, 8.5 more ogres for Dan 1. He needs some help. He was not paying attention at ogre school at all. Where's the next grind spot? So after we beat Astos, probably the mummies at Astos' castle. I'll have better swords and better armor, and the mummies will give me really good experience, and it's a trap tile, so I have to walk around all the time. I think the mummies are going to be better than the Hall of Giants, and Peninsula Power is probably not accessible for this party. So mummies, I think, would be the best fight. It has been a good long time since the last mummy grind. Too long. Hung Ogre. There we go. Was waiting for the ogre puns to start. Good news, I think we can max out our heal Pure's N tense in this trip. We're finally done stocking up on supplies at the start. Stick with the tents for now. Let's wait until we get 99 of these things. Ordinarily, I don't want a lot of tents, because there is a stretch in the speedrun where you want to have a single type of recovery item between tents, cabins, and houses in order to get your heal potions in the bottom left-hand corner of the inventory menu. But I could just only have tents at that point and be okay. Or maybe we'll use up 99 tents by the time we get there. That is actually a distinct possibility. Hey Ali, welcome in. Dan is lagging very far behind on experience. I'm a little bit worried about him. we buying 99 tenths? You bet we're buying 99 tenths. We got a bit more of a grind to go. We are just about ready to hit level 9 on everybody. And around level 12 is where I want to try Marsh Cave. Level 10, I switch back to the scimitars to get 2 attacks per round. We'll see how much that speeds me up. Whether I can take on wizards at that point. Even if I can take on wizards, I'm not sure if it is a positive thing. I don't know, maybe I can do like mucks and gargoyles, although I imagine they hit too hard for me. Maybe I can get away with mucks. Haven't ever tried a good muck grind before. Hey Snowman, you just walked into a 4 thief run. That is an adequate explanation of what's going on. Although really this is only part 1 of it, because I'm gonna do about 6 hours a day on 4 thieves. And I imagine it'll be probably 3 days of that. There we go, maxed out on tents. Go back to pures. I think we had like 65 pures, so we can probably get 99 here. It'll be really close. I still have yet to use a pure potion, but the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide told me I need 99 of these things for Marsh Cave. And the strategy guide would never lie, would it? How many spells to get for the ninjas? That's a bold assumption that there will be ninjas. It says 4 thief speedrun. Or I guess 4 thief playthrough. We're not going to go for speed here. There we go, maxed out on items. So the next thing to maybe think about is just those copper bracelets still. We're really running out of things to buy at this point. Alright, back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. We skip the first 3 battles. That gets rid of the Kaizaku fights and onto the ogres. Not that Kaizakus are bad. They do actually give more experience than I thought, because each one is worth the same as a creep. But in terms of time, the ogres are going to be way more efficient. There we go. Alright, 3 down over here for the ogre fights. Let the ogre loop begin. It's such a fun setup too, because it just works out perfectly for the walk over there. Awesome, I'm really excited about level 9. We get an entire 2 extra damage. It's going to be so totally worth it. Let me think. When should I take my first break in here? We're gonna go 6 hours. I probably want to have a break at some point for like a minute or so. Maybe around the 4-hour mark. I'm still doing pretty good. Still doing pretty good here. So to the right. To the left. Get our ogre, get our groger. Back over for some more ogre action. Really, you can make You could make the Thieves so much better to play with some very small tweaks in the early game. Chainmail armor would be huge for him, because then they'd have some defense. Get him a silver sword. Did I do 4 Thieves before? I did 4 Thieves on stream for the PlayStation version. And I class changed for that one. So this will be NES version with no class change, ideally. And that'll be a much longer project. Because 4 Thieves PlayStation with class change was, what, like 8 hours? I think it was actually shorter than that. It was somewhere around there. Definitely doable in a single session, but this one is much, much, much longer. And I've done this before streaming was a thing, and that was that's where I get my estimate about roughly how long it's going to take me and where to go on these things. Beat the game without class changing. Yes, totally possible. The tail is an optional side quest that you don't need to do. The downside is that, well, the thief is really awful. The ninja is kind of like a fighter, so you at least get a better class. He's the worst of the upgraded classes, but better than what you have right now. Hey, there's our friend Groger again, so 2.5 ogres here. And one more ogre off to the left, then we get to skip an encounter. Yes, you need to get a lot more levels. Especially if you want to get anything reasonable for Temple of Fiends. Because you could probably grind your head against it until you had a Nucleus Lich. Which, given that he has such a high chance of casting spells per round and Nuke is his first spell, would take forever. But if you could slip by with a Nucleus Lich, then maybe you could do it significantly lower leveled. At least for most of your team. I think you want to have probably somebody level 50. Whoever's using the Masbeam should be level 50. But the rest of the team can be just barely over that 400 HP mark to stay alive for Nuke. And you're probably mostly okay until you get to maybe Tiamat. Any glitches that you need. Most glitches in this game actually make the game harder because they prevent things from working that are useful to you. The very small amount of positive glitches are that it's easier to run away in the late game than designed. If you're level 15 or so, you can run away from pretty much any monster with a very high probability from slot 1 and slot 2 of your characters. You get more critical hits than intended, but since we have no access to weapons, that doesn't impact us as much as it does in a normal run. And that's really about it. Everything else that is broken is generally broken not in your favor. What is the endgame weapons? It's going to be, well, the Masbeam when we get there. But then after that, it's Coral Sword, Dragon Sword, Rune Sword, and Falchion for weapons 2 through 5 on the Thief ranks. Armor is Opal Bracelet, Gold Bracelet, Gold Bracelet, Gold Bracelet. You really don't have much. You are worse for both weapons and armor than a black wizard. You get 1 pro cape. You get 1 pro cape in Sky Castle, 1 pro cape in Temple of Fiends. Because I'll be able to swing by and get the pro cape on Carrie's floor. Thieves can use pro capes. It's only black belts that cannot. Black belts and masters. So basically, you can have 1 person with an opal bracelet and a pro cape and a ribbon and a pro ring. And then you have almost as much defense as a red mage. It's actually exactly the same as the red mage. But you can only have one person. That's the big downside. 1/4 of the way to level 14. Luckily, we get some really big improvements. So at level 10, we'll get 2 attacks per round with the scimitars. Saber doesn't have enough accuracy for it, but scimitars will get 2 attacks a little bit sooner. That'll really increase my damage output. And we've also been getting much faster killing these ogres as well. I know, I've been really looking forward to having 2 attacks. It'll actually make ogres reasonably possible to do in 1 round. Alright, after this iguana goes ogre, ogre, ogre. Iguana, ogre. Yeah, this is why I like this sequence so much. Just non-stop action for a little bit. Then we have a little bit of a pause where it gets thin for a little bit. Then there's like 2 or 3 grogers. Which brings joy to my face. Joys and smiles. Also some tears that we're doing for Thieves. Target level for each fiend. I mean, really the first big obstacle is Astos. You probably need about level 14 for Astos. Lich is going to be probably around like level 20 to do. And after that, so really it depends on what you want to do for carry. Because carry, you can do the Agama grind and get a whole lot of experience at that point. So if you want to go after carry as early as possible, try to take her down and then do an Agama grind afterwards, you could be level 50 for the rest of the game, at least on one character. You probably wouldn't grind everybody to 50. But you get one person super high level, and then he can carry the rest of the team through Kraken and Tiamat pretty easily. Hey Bick, welcome in. This is definitely a speedrun you should try. Highly recommend the 4 Thief playthrough for you, Bick. Maybe 1 Thief. Because this is a little bit too easy, I think, for a speedrun of your caliber. Welcome back, Packers. Yeah, it's gonna be ogres for a while. It is ogres to get us level 10. At that point, maybe we could grind on wizards, but I think ogres are still a better fight. You really don't want to get critted and then not be able to escape after doing a long grind. I guess technically it has been ogres for 3 hours, because once we were done with Bicky, I could do ogres right away, more or less. I was surprised ogres were as easy as to get started as they were, because I was expecting to need a little bit of time with monsters like asps and sahags and things before I could take on ogres, but they actually were not a bad fight. Almost right off the bat. Hey Joker. Dan has been making sure Provoca is ogre-free for a solid 3 hours, and he is doing a terrible job, because they keep showing up. You would have thought they would have found all the ogres by now, but nope. Still ogres up to our eyeballs. Sorry to hear that, Sam. I hope you can get that technical problem taken care of. Get back to enjoying the streams. I assure you, there is a lot of Fourth Thief playthrough left. You're gonna be able to capture pretty much all of it. Hey, King Booty, welcome in. Thank you for the good wishes. We definitely need them, especially Dan. Dan needs all the good wishes and more. Nothing good in this encounter here. And then pick this encounter up. Soon we will have more Grogers. Long have I awaited the return of the Groger. We get, I think, 3 Grogers in the next 10 battles, which roughly marks the end of the encounter loop. These criticals are starting to get pretty nice. This is what I want to see for Astos, is just like non-stop criticals. It's the only way you can damage him, even at level 14 or so. So our big plan is level 10, double attack with scimitars. And level 12 we can get double attack with saber again. So we need scimitar temporarily to return for those 2 levels. At that point, I think we get... Yeah, we don't have to worry about 3 attacks. That's going to be way, way later. We'll have the dragon and coral swords by then, and those will be our endgame weapons. Coral sword, the beginning, middle, and late game weapon of choice for the thief. Really, they could have just given him something. Even Red Mage gets a Sun Sword. Like, that's a pretty good sword. Thief has nothing after Coral Sword. Maybe let me use a Cat Claw. Cat Claw would be a pretty good find. Alright, skip this battle here. And ogre on this side. You never understood why the thief was that bad. Well, the first hint is that the thief is from Melmont. That is a prime clue about why the thief is so terrible. But second, I think they were not really expecting anybody to not class change. Although the ninja is bad, he is nowhere near as bad as the thief is. Because the ninja can basically use all the fighter weapons, plus the katana, and... Plain fighter use a Vorpal sword? Might be katana and Vorpal that the fighter can't. And so the fighter doesn't really get much go into a knight. Like, he gets Excalibur, he gets Opal gear, he gets the Dragon Mail. But that's like really all the ninja's missing out on. And the ninja gets fast, which is really, really helpful. Well, the thief has no access to spells, so Temper doesn't help him. If Temper worked, then the ninjas would get even better. Temper and Fast, although the ninja with a katana, or even with the Masmuir, if you compare him to a knight, because his stats are worse, he does way less damage. Like, if you've ever seen me do randomizer, if I have to fight Chaos with a ninja, I need so many buffs before I'm doing damage. Whereas a knight, like 2 rounds of buffs and he's good. So you definitely feel the difference in terms of the ninja stats. Come on, Dan, you can heal better than that. I guess you can also take damage better than that, too. There's a lot of things you can do better. Many of them we've discussed. I think it would take a lot for the ninja to be worth the pain of using a thief up until that point. Like, there's really no benefit to having him over a fighter. Because you replace that katana with a sun sword or a defense sword up until you get the Masbury, and then you get the Excalibur. And you got something even better. You got better armor. The white magic versus the black magic thing, I guess the ninja does have slightly better spell selection than the knight does. Knight basically gets Ruse and Cure 2 as his top 2 spells. Ninja gets Fast and Fire 2 and Lit 2. Which at the end game, Fire 2 and Lit 2 are not all that significant. So really it's just Fast, but Fast is very, very good. I want to skip this fight here. Alright. I do have the Grogers coming up. I know there's a reason why I want to stay on this path a little bit longer, but rather than resetting the encounters. It's because there is I think a pair of Grogers at the very end. Yeah, I'm trying to think about what you could realistically do. Like, a ninja would have to have, like, some really unique gear in order to be justifiably worth it. And the thief would have to be made much better to not drag you down for the first half of the game. And that's a big aspect to it. If the thief was a lot better, then you wouldn't care as much about the ninja not being good. He'd still be the worst. But it wouldn't feel as bad. Go ahead and check our stats out. Okay, 2,000 or 1,600 to 2,000 to go, which is 35 to 40 ogres. We're slowly chipping away at level 10 here. Is the thief too bad or the fighter too good? The fighter and the red mage are pretty close. They're both excellent. The black belt's not that good at the start, but the black belt has a really strong growth curve. So even an unclass change black belt is really good. You could argue that because the master is so terrible, it makes up for it. Basically, the black belt ignores class change. You could take that out of the equation entirely. Whereas most of the other character classes get a pretty substantial boost in power when they class change. Ogre on this side. Then we get our Grogers coming up. Never, James. Am I class changing? I'm going to try not to. If it looks like we can beat the game without class change, then I'm going to do it. Otherwise, I will. I'll make some ninjas just to be able to make sure that we can finish. But my hope is that our stats are good enough from the Thieves without having to do any really picky level up processes to be able to take on Chaos. I mean, realistically, Chaos is the only worry for the 4 Thieves. Well, I guess Temple of Fiends Revisited in general, but Chaos specifically. Time for another stretch break. There we go. Standing up feels so good after a while. There are 2 katanas. If the thief could dual wield, or the ninja could dual wield katanas, maybe that'd be exciting. But it'd have to be something that didn't decrease your attack power for every hit. Like the damage would have to stack for double katanas to be worth it. Because then you could make a trade-off of like doing ridiculously high damage, but not having as much defense as a knight would. Although 2 katanas really begs the question of, did anybody expect you to play with 2 thieves in this game? And what were they thinking if so? Alright, Iguana, Ogre, Groger, Iguana... And that is pretty much it, isn't it? Yeah. Ogre, Groger, Iguana ends this nice part of the encounter cycle. So we should be able to get, in the next loop through, level 10. Looking forward to that so much. I mean, any party possible is true, but you can beat the game with any character class solo, not class change, as long as you're willing to optimize every level up to have max stats. Like, any stat that's not guaranteed to go up has a 25% chance to raise. So it is possible, but really, really tedious to make it so that every single level up, you get strength, agility, vitality, and luck, and you get, if you want to, close to max HP, but as long as you're maxing out your vitality score all the time, you should be doing pretty good for vitality by level 50. A nice full house there, this time not ambushed. I think we've only gotten 1 Groger ambush, which is good. I was really worried about how much damage you take at the start of these. Thief does get better in the remakes. The Thief got some pretty substantial boosts. He's still the weakest character class, but it's not as big of a gap. Like, Red Mage got nerfed a bit, and really just Red Mage. The other character classes were kind of either flat or better in the remakes. Thief being a lot better and Red Mage being a little bit worse. How do you manipulate level ups? So basically you get like 1 experience point away, you save the game, you see what the level up results are. If it isn't what you want, you just go and try it again until you get whatever stat you're looking for. Which not everything is possible in combination because there's only 206 values for the random number generator. But you can get most combinations. Alright, that ogre needs to die. That ogre's refusing to die. Many times 9. The target level for Astos is probably going to be level 14. We are like 9.5, maybe 9 2/3 right now. So we got a ways to go, but there are some boosts coming. Specifically, we get 2 attacks per round with a scimitar at level 10. So I'm looking forward to that. And probably around level 12, I can start taking on some of the Marsh Cave monsters. I'll have 2 attacks per round with a saber. That'll be some pretty good damage. Dan 3 probably needs another heal. And then after Astos, we get all kinds of new gear, which is our last armor upgrade and weapon upgrade for pretty much the entire game. It's a scary thought, but then we get to grind on different monsters to be able to fight Lich. You go to ordeals for the gold bracelet and the Zeus gauntlet. You want the Zeus gauntlet. You can, I mean, you can get the gold bracelet a little bit early if you go to ordeals. But you will have no problems buying 4 gold bracelets if you want. You will have no problems buying 10 gold bracelets if you want to. There is one thing this party does not lack, and that is money. They lack pretty much everything else. But money is good. Max out our items again, so just a couple of tents and heal potions here. Which I think is about 20 of each. At this point, literally the only thing left to buy would be if I want to get those copper bracelets, which I'm continuing to put off. They just seem like the worst possible deal. $1,000 for no increase in armor and a 1% increase in evade rate. I'm sure at some point that will make a difference. But I'm hoping I can just get through Astos and buy my silver bracelets instead. Wonder how lucky we'd need to be to kill a Zombo. It would only be worth 5 ogres, though. So probably just even attempting it isn't worth the setup cost. Alright, back to the beginning of the encounter cycle. Turn off the first 3 fights, get rid of the Kaisakus. 2. This will be number 3. Gonna take a quick nap during the ogre grind. Hopefully it goes a lot faster once we have level 10. I don't fully remember the setup for the Astos Peninsula Power, but that's something I could try. For lots of Grogers. Well, I get the Mighty Buckler. I don't think the Thieves can use Bucklers. They can use Pro Capes. But I want to say Buckler is Red Mage only. These are really, really bad for equipment. Ooh, there we go. Some dice double ogre action. Oh, and for the Hangry Connects question, level 12 for Marsh Cave and level 14 for Astos. The reason I want to separate the two is I can take a crack at Astos at 12, see how it goes, crack at 13, see how it goes, and I think 14 is where it's going to be successful. But I want to leave myself the opportunity of maybe getting it done earlier, at the cost of needing ridiculously good luck on the criticals. What are our weapons? Right now it's sabers. I've got some scimitars in the bags for level 10. We can switch back to those and get 2 attacks per round at that point. Saber is going to be the Thief's best weapon for a while. After Astos, though, we get a slight upgrade in weapons and a big upgrade in armor, but that is the only time in the game we get a weapon upgrade. There is nothing past the Coral Sword until we get to the Masmune, and there is, well, you go from silver to gold to opal for one person on the bracelets. So you get some slight armor upgrades. The really fun stuff is going to be like the Zeus Gauntlet and the Mage Staff as we start getting into the second half of the game dungeons, because then you can finally attack more interesting monsters, and you can deal with groups of monsters, and you have AoE, and it's almost like you've got competent party members that are 20 levels lower. Our Groger fight. Oh, another full house. Been doing pretty good on ogres in this cycle so far. This is 7.5 ogres, according to my reckoning. Alright, we should be close enough to get you down in 2. We'll start working on top ogre here. But Dan 3 probably needs some healing. Dan 3 really needs some healing. Alright, you can start drinking. You two work on finishing Ogre off, and Dan 2 will switch to Groger. We're starting to get a little bit more reliable about our hits, which when I first switched from Scimitar to Saber, the 5% less accuracy was right on the border of causing frustration. But the 3/6 extra damage was worth it. And now we basically are not missing at all. So we're doing a lot better with those sabers. Just a couple levels really helps with these guys. Except for Dan 2. Nothing helps with Dan 2. Or Dan 3. You know what? I take it back. The Dans are terrible. down to 600 experience, which is 12 ogres for level 10. We are inching closer to this level up. Almost getting to the point where my list of upcoming encounters, if we got perfect encounter luck for all of those fights, would get me enough experience. Almost. Hey, Creeping Death. I've been telling people I'd do 4 Thieves for a while. It was always something I put off when I was doing other challenge runs. I did 4 Thieves on PlayStation, which is not good, but it's much better than this. And I've done 4 red mages and 4 black belts, and I've done 4 white mages twice, so I knew what I was getting into. So we have Ogre, Ogre, Iguana, Ogre, Ogre, Ogre. Just close to level 10. Solo Thief is definitely the worst. Solo Thief is just so awful because you can't get anywhere in any part of the game. Solo White Mage people think would be really bad, but once you get Harm and Harm 2, you can level that White Mage up pretty fast, and then you can beat the Wizards with Ruse, you can beat Astos with Mute. I actually, for 4 White Mages, got through Astos in like 2 hours. It is way faster than this is going to be. We probably have 2 hours left until we get to Astos. Relic Stone, thank you much for the resub there. Glad you've been enjoying the stream and the support is appreciated. Also hope you enjoy the 4 Thieves tonight. Epic Guy, welcome in. Fortunately, I will be breaking this up into 2, maybe, well, almost certainly 3 pieces. If we do 4 Thieves, I will not finish tomorrow night. If we do 4 Ninjas, then I could conceivably finish tomorrow. But I'll probably do like 6-hour chunks at a time until we get this this completed. Just so we do get some nice and restful sleep every night. Dan's gonna need it. He's going to spend a lot of time at inns and clinics and other various places of rest. Alright, Ogre, Ogre, Iguana, Ogre, and then Skip. That last Ogre may be enough XP. See if we can get level 10 by then. After a while, the ogres get really routine. When we started out, this was a pretty scary fight for all of these. You had to do careful counting of your damage. Make sure everybody was constantly rotating through the positions to get better HP alignment. And now it's just crush ogre after ogre. We're starting to get a lot more one-round fights as well, which is good. solo ogres like that might not let me finish until the Groger fight now. But oh, when those level 10s come. Alright, grab iguana. And down for ogre. Skip, left for ogre. Right for Groger. I'm glad the iguanas are at least worth it for experience. They are like 3/4 of an ogre. Take a little bit less time to kill. Although I think they've got pretty good defense, so sometimes early on, you might be able to take ogres out, but you have trouble with an iguana. At least for solo ogre. Double ogre would give you even more trouble. Quit hitting Dan 3. Dan 3 has been trying so hard to win your hearts. Why can't they accept him? So after this skip, left and right. Oh, there's my first level 10. Dan 3! He's getting his scimitar back. There we go, 33% accuracy, which means he gets 2 attacks per round. Actually, no, I want to make sure I don't miss out on the ogre fight here. It's like we could kill a single Geist. I should maybe be checking those Geist fights up more often for singles. Dan 2, standard saber. That's actually a good hit. Dan 1, standard saber. Also good hit. Dan 3, show us what you got. Oh yes, 2 attacks. Beautiful. We will very soon be able to one-round pretty much all the ogres. Sometimes Dan 3 can't quite get the job done, but you know what? He's still working on it. He's still working. He's practicing. He's trying hard. Dan 3 is doing his best. Why is his best not good enough? Sometimes it just isn't. Alright, this fight should get me another scimitar user. Now, the scimitar is actually slightly worse on the Groger, because it has lower base damage, and the Groger's got lots of physical absorb. But I think it still comes out ahead compared to the damage that the saber would do. Plus, when it does that, oh, it's so good. I think that's my first hit that's over 50 damage in this entire time. Be proud of yourself, Dan 3. Meanwhile, Dan 1 getting destroyed. Hey, CL Chambers, welcome in. Oh yes, Dan 2 leveled up. And Dan 4. What a big round. Let's go ahead, get those guys' scimitars on. Maybe move Dan 1 a bit down. That'll be good. Dan 4 could be a slot too. But I've done single white mage. I don't think I've ever done single white mage. I've done 4 white mages a couple times. Four white mages on my last attempt went a little bit over 10 hours. Got unlucky at the end. Was at Chaos around 9.5 hours, and he just gave an absolutely atrocious sequence of attacks. We got him the second try. Look at these scimitars go. It's so beautiful. Meanwhile, our last Dan not leveling up like a chump. I blame his poor diet for why he's so far behind on experience. Also, maybe some deaths. Now, the nice thing will be level 12 will let me 2-hit with the sabers. So I'll be able to get another, what is it, 6 to 12 damage. And that'll be really, really big, because that is where you start getting enough damage to realistically do Marsh Cave. Yeah, I'll probably later on do some grinds with a thief by himself, especially when we're doing the Agma grind. Because you don't really need everybody level 50. That would be overkill for most of these guys that don't have any useful weapons. But whoever's got Masmune should be really high level. And the rest of the team just needs to be able to survive Nuke. Survive Nuke and use a lot of heal helmets and heal staffs. Up, we got Ogre Iguana, and then we are surely going to be at the Return to the Grogers in a bit. Return to the Groger is my favorite part of this encounter sequence. One up top. It's amazing how many times we've heard this battle theme just tonight alone. And it still actually is something that you continue listening to. That's really tough to do with a piece of music when you just hear the same notes over and over again, to not go completely insane like you do with the shop music. On to the left and then get Ogre. Okay. Left side coming up. This iguana's got a particularly thick and sturdy hide. Too much calcium in his diet. back to Ogre. Soon it will be Groger time. Oh, I should also check to see what number of ogres do I need for level 11. I know I'm going to see the number. And there will be tears. Even more tears than when I started doing the 4th Thief playthrough here. Yeah, about 65 ogres. 65 ogres for 11. I wonder if we could do mucks. I feel like the mucks would have too much defense to take on here. But it's definitely an idea. Too much offense is not a problem. That is something where we can afford to heal up between the muck fights. Because we wouldn't go very deep into Marsh Cave, we'd just be sticking around by the entrance. Grabbing mucks. I don't know if we can get gargoyles reasonably. Mucks and gargoyles are actually a surprisingly good experience. Especially mucks. But they hurt. They hurt a lot. Well, the idea, Sandbag, is you've got ogres and grogers outside. You've got mucks inside, so there are fewer wasted battles overall. If you can take encounters on those times where there is no useful fight outside. So if you can bounce back and forth, you're just being more efficient with the level ups. Like, you wouldn't want to have 3 mucks in a fight. Iguana, Ogre, Groger. My favorite time of the encounter cycle. All these Grogers. Oh yeah, it's definitely getting faster with the 2 attacks. We're only very rarely having to go to a second round on these monsters. Only when Dan makes a mistake. You know, earlier on we talked about the mini peninsula power at Astos' castle for the Grogers. It is very tempting to do. But I'm not sure if you can easily set up more than one fight there. Because you're basically repeating that very first encounter after power on over and over again with the strat that's been done so far. I think with study, somebody could go and come up with what the best sequence is to do for fights around that area, integrating that square in every once in a while, but keeping with the other ogre fights instead of skipping past the shadow fights and other really awful Melmon monsters. After this, we go iguana, and then we have some... We go iguana, and then we just reset to the beginning of the encounter cycle. No reason to keep going past that point. Unless you want to go to Elfland and you like getting lots and lots of creeps. So I still don't think creeps would be really good for us. Each creep's 1/3 of an ogre. You get between 1 and 3 creeps per battle, so average of 2. Yeah, that may not be terrible. I might try that in the future. I just want to try it now. We'll see how the creep fights are. Whether this is worth doing or not. I probably don't want to sail over before that fight, because the iguana is a double odd-eye battle, which is pretty horrible to get through. But if we can't get down here without an encounter, we would lose our plain ogre at the start. Lose our plain ogre. I think we actually want to take the shark fight here. This is shark plus optional Arsahag. That is better than ogre creep. Come on. Where is the shark? Shark got lost. There he is. This is almost as good as Ogre Groger. Missing out on the opportunity, though, for the second ogre to show up, which is a pretty significant chunk of the overall experience there. Actually, no, that's only ogre. That's only like 2 ogres. Never mind. Was hoping that would be a little bit more towards the Groger side. I probably still want to do that over the ogre creep fight, just because it's faster. Creeps I can probably double up. As long as we don't miss. We'll get good damage on those guys. This one should be the Shark Arsag fight again. I've counted these correctly. So there's no guarantee at this point. I've been staring at these thieves for 4.5 hours. Should have to take you down. I don't think 2's enough for the Arsag, though. Maybe splitting the party here doesn't help as much as I would have guessed. Oh, especially if we miss Dan. Dan is so awful. Are we able to kill 1 giant or 1 Zomble? Unlikely. The Zomble is 1 to 4 Zombles plus 0 to 2 Trolls, so it's really uncommon to get a Zomble by itself. It's only a 1 in 12 chance. Giant's a 25% chance to get one by itself, so you have a little bit better odds of it. And then in terms of damage, you're basically doing 1 damage to Zombles. Giants, you might do more than 1, but it'd be pretty small damage. Both of those monsters have a lot of physical defense and a lot of hit points. It'd be almost like fighting, not quite as bad as Astos, because Astos has got a lot of spells, and that's what makes him really, really terrible. But in terms of defense, it's like trying to kill Astos with physical attacks at this point. Doable, but a very slow process. So this is the last one I want to do at Elfland here. Let's quickly look at what Marsh Cave looks like at the start. So you get Ogre Creep, Ogre Creep. That's good. A little bit of damage in there. Then there's nothing in the next battle. You have to skip that one. Then you can do Ogre, Groger. Yeah, those are the ones you normally do. Actually, can you get the Ogre Creeps at the start? It might be too far away to hit those zones. 2-7. Might have to just skip up to the Ogre, Groger. I think you could probably make it work. Bone Crawl you don't want to do. So, go back up to Ogre Creeps. You get a lot of ogres for a while. And you're walking down. Oh yeah, it's pretty far in before your first muck battle. It's battle number 19. And then battle number 23. The next one after that is 33 and then 36. So those are pretty long cycles in there. Yeah, I don't think the muck fight's going to work out as well as I thought. I will go ahead and get the copper bracelets. I've been putting these off. There's really no reason not to. We got plenty of cash. This is a whopping 1% increase in our evade rates. No other benefits. Exactly the same armor absorption as the wood armor has. But you know, when you've got nothing else to spend money on, it's not like it's a bad purchase. We'll easily have enough money for the silver bracelets by the time we get to Melmont. Okay, this does not have tents here, so I don't want to stock up again quite yet. I mean, I could get some cabins, but usually I want to get tents instead, because you very rarely have 60 damage to your whole party between the encounters that you need to skip at this point. I think a nice way to conclude this would be to reset here at Elfland. And then just sail up to Pravoka during those first 3 battles instead of skipping them. Or at least taking the Ogre Creep. Here's an easy fight. Since I don't want to be late, I'm not going to do the other Ogre battles. Starts out with 3 Ogre battles here at Elfland. Already those copper bracelets paying off. Look at that fabulous evasion action. It's almost like we're wearing nothing at all. Now it's our caps weighing us down. Darn those caps. Also, how are we doing on level ups? 40 ogres to 45 ogres for level 11. This is just woof and girl at the start. So that one's okay to skip there. On to the ogre encounters. So I believe we do get level 11 in this loop. It's gonna be close. This is throwing off my steps. Oh, because I took the second battle on the water instead of on land. That's why there's a difference in step count. Shouldn't make a difference, because when I'm doing these loops around, I've got generally a lot of steps to burn. Hey, Will, welcome in. Hope you're having a good evening here, and enjoying the 4 Thief action. We are currently enjoying the many, many ogres of Provoke and Elfland. Turns out there is a lot of them. Taking an ogre to get the silver sword. Sadly, thieves cannot use silver swords. The best weapon we're going to have for Astos is going to be the saber. Right here at level 10 I'm at right now. I only have 2 attacks per round with the scimitar. It's level 12 for 2 attacks per round with the saber, and then you have a slight chance at Astos at that point. And after Astos, we still get silver swords, because it's Dragon Sword, Coral Sword, and Rune Sword for us. So you want to stay in this zone here for a little bit. Got Ogre, Ogre, Groger to go. Well, first Ogre is down, now it's Ogre, Groger. Do thieves get haste? Thieves get nothing. Ninjas get haste, but I didn't say we're playing 4 thieves. We're 4 ninjas, we're playing 4 thieves. There's a crucial difference there. Although, being up front for the way I describe this is, if I get to Temple of Fiends Revisited, and I'm not good stat-wise with these Dans, because I'm not going to be trying to shepherd up all of their individual level-ups, then I will class change to Ninja, because even with bad stats, 4 ninjas will be able to take on Temple of Fiends, because they get fast, they get way better armor, and they get way better weapons. Side here, continuing our ogres off. We should be under 40 ogres remaining now for everybody. How decent are Thieves in the PS1 version? They're still really awful, but they were made better. And since you can save anywhere you like on the PS1 version, areas like Temple of Fiends get a lot simpler. Because you can just force Lich to not cast Nuke. You can skip all the bad encounters there. Like, if you don't want to take any random encounters in Temple of Fiends, you can do that. Just really tedious saving and reloading it across the floors. So you can basically take 4 Thieves down to Chaos with very little trouble. Stick around for Asps or go to Iguanas after this next ogre fight. I think I still want to do the Iguanas. Asps were pretty easy, but I like that I've not used a pure potion so far. Do you do Agama Grind prior to Ice Cave or after? I would probably do Agama Grind afterwards. Because you're going to have to do a bunch of loops through there. Like, you want to kill Carrie first. And then you basically probably solo one thief through at a time. Really, you only need one thief at high levels, and the others just have to be at decent levels in order to get through the rest of the game. So you take at least one thief through like 3 loops of Agama grinds. And at that point, he can kind of guide the rest of them up for a couple levels, and then you can basically do all the way through Temple of Fiends at that point. And I haven't decided yet whether that is a better strategy overall than trying to basically get one thief leveled up, rush to get all of the AoE items, so like the Black Shirt, Zeus Gauntlet, Thor Hammer, Mage Staff, and so on, and then start taking out the Mirage Tower monsters, because those get 2.5 Agamas per battle. And that's pretty good. Sadly, you cannot grind Temple of Fiends or visit it, since there is no way out. You have no warp or exit. Even if you class change, you're not going to get warp or exit. Been a while since we've swapped the party around. Let's put Dan 1 and 3 in front. Start leveling up our HP for a little bit here. Saves me some heal potions. And man, this would be way, way more tedious if I didn't have encounter manipulation to know where the ogres were. Because these ogres are like a 1 in 6 chance of showing up. So if you're just wandering around at random, you're going to get lots of undead fights with paralyzing geist. You're going to get a bunch of arachnids and werewolves and things. You're going to have so many worse encounters. How did I route this? I actually did not route this. I'm just using general Final Fantasy knowledge and making things up as I go. But I've got estimates for a couple key things, like what level do I want to be for Astos? What's the best way to deal with the fact that you've got no weapons for Chaos and things like that? And I have done 4 Thieves a long time ago, prior to streaming being a thing. And I remember almost nothing from that, other than it took roughly 24 hours total. So I think I can do a little bit faster this time. Hey Goobus, welcome back. We are still grinding ogres. 4 hours of ogres so far. Although I feel like we could do Marsh Cave at this point. It wouldn't be optimal. But you could probably do Marsh Cave now. I will do Marsh Cave at 12, most likely. And see how Astos goes at that point. Astos at 12, I don't have a lot of hopes for. Like, you could do it, but it would be pretty painful. Just a few more levels, though, I think would really speed them up. How close to level 12? We're like 10 and 2/3 right now. Hey, Digital Zero. Maybe Bigger Gaming. Do I upgrade to Ninja? I'm going to try to do just Thieves the whole way. Ninja's kind of my backup plan in case we end up not having good enough stats at the end of this. What you're supposed to do for a challenge run like this is that as you get each level up, you just reset until you get perfect stat growth. And that makes a really big difference, like almost 200 hit points difference at the end of the game, plus a lot of damage. But if you don't do that, and you just have average Thieves, then you might be a little bit on the weak side even at level 50. And if that happens, then Ninja is my backup plan, because Ninja, you suddenly get like plus 30 to all your stats from just the better equipment. Alright, so that was that one there. Can go ahead and tent here, skip this encounter. Alright, Tipo, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. Yes, almost back to the Grogers. So looking forward to each Groger fight that happens. First of all, it guarantees me at least 2 ogres. Or at least the ogre plus the Groger. The second regular ogre is optional. But on average, it's almost as good as 2 of these fights. Alright, Groger fight over here. Only 1 ogre. Better luck next time, guys. And maybe just my imagination, but those copper bracelets are actually working much better than I thought for evasion. Like, 1% does not sound like a lot, but it feels like we're evading more often. I just might be wanting to justify the purchase. 7% better? For wood armor? 'Cause I thought wood armor was 3 weight penalty. Oh, wood armor is 4 defense, 8 weight penalty. Oh. So 3.5% better. Because it's 0.5% of evasion per weight. Still, though, better than I thought. I'm used to fighter gear, which takes the formula of absorb rating and then your weight penalty is absorb -1. So like you have 15 absorb for the chainmail and 14 weight penalty, or 24 absorb for the iron armor, 23 weight penalty, 34 absorb for the steel armor, and you're just feeling bad about buying it. So it doesn't even matter what the weight penalty is. Was I up too high? I thought this was a Groger fight. I may have been up too high. No, this is the right zone. Which means I have now miscounted where I am. Oh, I see what it is. Another Geist first. Then maybe the Groger fight. That makes more sense. Goes Ogre Geist, Groger. I thought it was at the second Geist rather than the first. So this should be Groger here. Yeah, this is actually pretty similar to the area that you're grinding on, the marathon safe route, so I'm really familiar with the encounters around here and how to put these together. Just a little bit further into the encounter cycle than I normally go for those. So like the first 16 fights, maybe the first 25 fights are very similar, and then it starts diverging a little bit. How many tenths worth of gold is an average ogre fight? I mean, a single ogre is going to give you 2.5 tenths worth of gold. So you're looking at like 4 tenths for an average ogre fight, and like a 6 tenths for an ogre Groger fight. Plus the tenths recover your health, so you don't use very many healing potions while doing this. Okay, Iguana up here. Almost into the home stretch. Soon we'll have our last couple of Grogers and I can go on to Elfland for capping this one off. Hey, Apnos, is there a way to control or create a way to run into Warmech? Yes. It's actually really easy to run into Warmech, because he is actually not the rarest encounter on that floor, and that floor is the highest encounter rate in the game. So most people try not to hit Warmechs. But if you want to hit Warmech, it is pretty simple to do so. I don't know. You know why I'm doing that one. Let's go get our ogres. AGDQ, was it 2017? I think it was 2017. So not this year's AGDQ, but the one before it. Where I did a Warmech fight in the middle of a speed run. But usually, though, if you just go up there naturally and walk around, you'll see them within like 10 battles or so. Was that a level up glitch? I don't think so. I think we only... At first I thought I gotten 2 level ups. But I had 2 party members alive. And so I don't think I got enough experience for either of them to double level up. The level up glitch is basically that if you get more than a level's worth of experience in one fight, you only get 1 level up. And then the next fight, even if you only get 1 experience, you get another level up, and that repeats until you have caught up on your levels. I'll get the side next. Yeah, they didn't really expect people to be doing battles so far out of their ability that you'd get multiple levels worth of experience. And really, there's only a handful of fights where that's likely to happen. The Taz does it a couple times during the speedrun, just because it's insane. Skipping the Mad Ponies, down to the Ogres. I guess I could have taken the Geist and see if I got lucky on a solo Geist. 25% of the time you'll get 1 Geist, and that's reasonably doable with this party. Yeah, Final Fantasy 3 has got a lot more problems. It's got a variety of different ways to corrupt memory, which, as broken as Final Fantasy 1 is, there is only one way to corrupt memory. And that involves walking up and down a lot of stairs. Which doesn't even, well, it works in the NES version, but the problem is you can't do anything useful with it. Because the commands you can execute are very limited. It's based on the characters' names. And they used a different range of code points for the character names in US versus Japanese. So there's a lot of good machine instructions in Japanese, and then no good machine instructions in English. Alright, let's see what we're doing for levels. Oh yeah, we're getting close. I'll be hitting level 11 here pretty soon. So, road run this time. I don't think I need to go back to 5.5 ever again for this loop. Which means I can stay over on the right-hand side here, get ready for the Elfland trip. I did find Final Fantasy 3 to have a really good story up until the very end. And then it kind of falls apart as a game. Which may be just a symptom of trying to jam too much content into the last dungeon. Either that, there was more dungeons and they had to cut things and compact it down. Which is also what I think happened to Dragon Warrior 2. Where you get to Roan and suddenly there's an enormous jump in difficulty, and there's nothing inside this big area. It feels like there should have been another little mini section outside of Roan in order to kind of bridge the gap between the two. man, I so wanted to get to Astos tonight, but I'm also looking at my 6 hours that I had planned. Will it be enough? We have to do a little bit more than one level, Marsh Cave, and then we get a crack at Astos at 12. Be close. It'll be close. If we can do Astos at 12 or 13, I think we can squeeze it in tonight. Astos at 14 might take a little bit too much time. That is a lot of ogres to get to 14. When you hard reset, do you hard and then soft reset? Yes. That'll skip the opening sequence if you soft reset after turning power on. Almost missed out on my Groger opportunity. I was like, did I do the Groger fight? Thinking one battle ahead. But now the Groger's out of the way. We got Iguana and then sailing up to Elfland. Yeah, if you're familiar with the Famicom versions, there's a slight difference, which is that in US, you can skip the opening scroll by pressing a button on the D-pad, which you can't do on the Famicom version. And so I got used to, when I was doing Famicom runs, of doing soft resets, and I just kept doing that for the US version. But technically, you could do hard power on US and then press start to go to the continue screen. And from there, select your game there. Oh, there's our first level 11. Feels so good. Taking the Iguana here to get rid of the Odd Eye fight. I hate Odd Eyes. One of the worst monsters in the early game. They just sit there and paralyze you all the time. There's our second level 11. I don't know if we get to Elfland before the next battle happens. Oh yeah, that didn't last long. So we'll get the Shark Arsa Hag. Missed out on the very first ogre fight. But this lets me extend off a couple more ogre fights in before having to do a reset back to the start of the encounters. And for our purposes, sharks are actually better than ogres because they give you 66 experience instead of 49. Oh, you could argue that because ogres could have 1 or 2, you'd rather have an ogre fight. But on a 1 versus 1 basis, sharks come out ahead. There's 3 level 11s, and then the last one takes a while because something happened to one of the Dans. A tragic, tragic accident. Maybe more than one tragic accidents. We're actually a little bit short of killing creeps between the two of them. Wonder if everybody level 11 will make the difference or not. Probably everybody level 12, because then we get the sabers. That'll be a big upgrade. Another creep battle here, back onto the boat for the shark, and then down for 2 more ogre battles after that. That'll be the very end of the loop at that point. Hey Zerakian, we are still killing ogres. We have reached level 11, so 1 more level until we can try Marsh Cave. You can almost taste the dankness of Marsh Cave. It's that close. One clench. It's been a long time since we haven't had anybody clench. But I guess Dan 1 is an appropriate person to fill that role. Oh, he's so in peril. He'll make it. He's a survivor. He's a Dan after all. Dan 1 is at level 11. We are done with 11s. 4,400. So 4,600 is what you start at, which is 95 ogres for level 12. Let's get to it. Two ogres down. "95 ogres" is like 2 complete loops around the encounter series here, which you can probably do before 6 hours is up. You know, top ogre should be super close. You know what? They should both be super close. Dan 1, no! You were taken too soon from us. Oh well. He is a little bit further behind on experience now. Alright, we need to get whatever heal potions they used up, which I don't think is very many. And I can't buy tents here, so we don't need to worry about those until I get back to Provoca. Oh hey, we're done with heal potions. 20,000 gold in the bag. I got four silver bracelets. Can somebody take this money over to Melmont and just bring me back some silver bracelets? It would really help out. Can't believe my thieves are over 200 hit points. This is amazing. It's also pretty ridiculous. This is higher level than I would be to get class change and get the airship and the speed run. You're not level 11 at the end of Ice Cave. Like, you're level, in the single segment run, you're level 9 in the Ice Caves. Marathon safe, you're level 10. We're level 11, and we're fighting ogres before Astos. I actually don't want that. I want the mad ponies. Oh wait, that's correct. I need to be 2 up there. This is fine. Could have had the regular wolves at 5-5, but that is close enough. What about the wizard slit? No. Basically gonna wait until level 12 for the wizards. There's not a big advantage of doing wizards significantly before Astos. And at level 12, we'll have 2 attacks per round with a saber. So that'll be my best shot at killing wizards. And then I can start taking some cracks at Astos, and every time that we fail a couple Astos battles, we'll go and grind a level until it succeeds. Okay, nice. Want to see all the double ogres we can get. We get by 3 wizards. I mean, it all depends on how lucky you are. With sabers at level 12, you probably need like 6 hits per wizard. So it would definitely be a bit of a stretch. Because you're also going to be like dying in 3 or 4 hits from the wizard attacks, so within that first round, you might lose a character right away. That'd be tough to get enough hits in on the remaining wizards. Hey, Dyrenex, thank you much for the bits there. We'll put those towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond, it's got silver bracelets. Why don't we trade those for some relief? March gave it a lower level last time. I mean the PlayStation run. In which case, yeah, I think because I could save anywhere, Marsh K was not like a real threat. Because I could just reroll until I got 2 wizards. But with NES, you have to go all the way through each time that you want to try it. And so you might as well do it when you're going to get an almost certain 4th or 5th try success. I mean, probably within 3 tries, you should get a good fight in Marsh Cave at level 12. Alright, first Groger down for this loop. I think researching the mini peninsula power off of Astos' castle probably would have been a good idea to see if I could get consistent early Grogers. Because at this point, the regular ogre fights are not too difficult. Even the Groger fights are not too difficult. And the Groger fight guarantees me roughly double experience compared to the ogre fights. So it goes a little bit faster. Hazel, we've been grinding ogres for 4.5 hours? Yes. Yes, we have. It's for a good cause, though. It is to make these thieves... Well, I can't say it's for a good cause. It's to make these thieves just slightly powerful enough to be able to take on Marsh Cave. Hey, I have no name. Welcome in. Thanks for the host there. We're doing some Final Fantasy with 4 thieves, the worst character combination possible. And we are currently grinding up for getting ready to go to Marsh Cave and Astos. It has been a while that we've been doing this. And we have 1 more level to go before Marsh Cave. Hey, Tirza, welcome back. Luckily, I won't be doing the entire playthrough in one sitting. I think roughly around 6 hours is going to be a good time to take a little bit of a break. And then tomorrow, do another 6 hours, which post-Astos is way more fun. Get to grind for Lich, but with all kinds of new gear, all kinds of new monsters. Get to do a mummy grind, maybe a giant grind. And then after Lich, the game really opens up. Alright, there is our iguana fight. Back down for more ogres. I'm using kind of a modified loop from the marathon safe route for doing this grind here. It gets me like 30 fights in a row. There's a couple of fights that just don't have good battles, so I skip those with tents. But it's a fairly decent density of ogre fights through here. The iguanas are worth 3/4 of an ogre, so it's pretty close. And yes, every double ogre moves us just slightly closer. Just slightly. Put Dan 3 in the lead. I don't want Dan 1 in the front anymore. He's already pretty far behind on experience. Alright guys, thank you very much for the subscription there. Glad you've been enjoying the stream. I hope you enjoy the emotes arriving shortly. Plus enjoy the thieves. We got a lot of thieves for you. Dana, Dane, Dang, Danny, Dank, and Danai all work for letters. Yes, you have 4 letters for Final Fantasy. But we don't respect the Dans enough to give them individualized names. They're only identified by serial number. Guys, yeah, I hope that you enjoy your metal slimes running away as much as I have while playing Dragon Quest games. Especially Dragon Warrior 2. That's the one where you really need to get some good metal babble luck in order to get fast times in it. I'm really lucky if I ever see a metal babble when I'm doing those runs, much less kill one. And some of the top runs, if you go look at the leaderboards, have 4 or 5 metal babble kills in row, and it's insane. Okay, we have Geist coming up, then Ogre Groger, Geist and Ogre. Geist I can sometimes do if there's only one. I could probably do 2 Geists at this point. They're just kind of slow. Yeah, we'll take them. We'll take the 1 Geist. I have yet to be punished for this. Which is probably not unreasonable at level 11. Geist is half an ogre. And the ogre, as everybody knows, is roughly 1/50th of an Agama. We'll be so fortunate when we get to that Agama grind. No problem, I'm actually glad you've been enjoying the streams. I really do have a lot of people that watch these to go to sleep, which is why I try to be very mellow and not suddenly shout in excitement, even if we did get level 11 at a really great time. here's where we go. Geist Ogre, Geist Groger. Gotta remember that there are 2 Geist fights coming up. It fooled me last time which Geist fight I was on. We'll try. 2 Geists for the first time. That's actually an ogre's worth of experience if we don't get paralyzed a bunch. I don't know why I expected anything besides that to happen. Alright, we could probably do 2 Geists now. Not much worry. A little bit of worry. That probably gets me an extra ogre and a half average per loop. Taking the Geist fights were appropriate. A conversion command for Agama values. That's a good idea. I'll see if it can be done in the future. I've got a lot of things on the back burner for Final Fantasy, but I'll put it on my list. I like it though. Yeah, early on, Peninsula Power is just too dangerous for the parties that you're gonna have. But if you got some mages and you want to grind a lot of levels, then it is actually better. Like if you are in a speed run, you're looking at less than level 9 for Lich, then Peninsula Power doesn't pay off. It takes a long time to get there, get the couple kills, and then come back. But if you want like level 11 or 12 for Lich, which also gives you enough money to get like all the silver gear at Crescent Lake, then yeah, Peninsula Power with Fire 2 and Harm 2 is a great little spot to go. You really don't want to fight anything besides the Zombie Troll fight, because everything else is going to be way out of your league or really slow to kill. That one particular battle is extremely profitable. Any battle with Zombie Trolls that has all 4 show up is good. Zombies are worth more than trolls. So if you have a preference, you'd want to get the 4 Zombie fight. But 4 Zombies, 3 Zombie plus troll, or 2 Zombie plus 2 troll are all pretty good. 2 Zombie plus 2 trolls is actually not that much better than 3 Zombies, but 3 Zombies I would take any day. I think I'm done with the left-hand side for a bit. We're going to go over to the right here and get our remaining one. No, actually, I do have another ogre coming up. One possibly last ogre on the left to go. He's in a couple battles. Why the position changes? Just to keep the hit points even. The first slot's going to be targeted 50% of the time, the second slot 25%, and the third and fourth slots 12.5%. So they will gradually become uneven in their hit point totals, because the first slot just gets hit more. And you can either spend more money on heal potions than tents healing them up, or you just rotate, and then it'll even them out. It's like evening your tire wear, except with Dan's. Because doing it this way, basically, the tents that I need to skip encounters are keeping me at full HP all the time. Whereas if I left somebody in the front slot, they would need, like, a heal potion every now and then, which is just another heal potion I have to buy. Hey, Vicarian, this is actually pretty fun. It is extremely, extremely mindless. And it was a debate about whether I would do 4 Thieves, or maybe do Dragon Warrior 1 NES, which is also similarly mindless. But I figured I've owed people 4 Thieves for long enough. They'll do this one. And maybe we'll do Dragon Warrior at some point in the future. Take a quick stretch break while we got some ogres here. Having chat is pretty good, although if I didn't have chat, I could put other streams on in the background, listen to music. There's other ways you can kind of go through these, but there would be like a big temptation to do it like on an emulator and have turbo and things like that. This keeps you really honest that you're gonna do a meticulous job of making sure everything is nice and proper. 30 to 40 hours? No, this should be hopefully less than 20. Like, getting to Astos is probably more than a third of the game. And I'm judging that based on the fact that there's roughly 3 grinds. There's the grind to Astos, the grind to Lich, and then the grind to beat Chaos. But yeah, basic idea. Today was to try to beat Astos, which we might do. I think we got a shot still. Tomorrow is Lich plus some post-Lich cleanup. Like, probably get to Lich, and then maybe hit Ordeals for the Zeus Gauntlet and the gold bracelet there. And then try to start getting up for the Agama grind in the Ice Cave. Are there any redeeming qualities for Thieves? No. No, they're not. Not even after class change. Level 50. One Thief should be level 50. That's whoever is going to have the Mazmune. The rest of the team does not need to be 50. Blue hair is awesome. All right. That is the best argument for a thief that I think you're going to come up with. Almost to the end of the cycle here. We got our Ogre, Groger, Iguana, then we sail down to Elfland. I'll see how much experience I need here at this point. Yeah, we got pretty much halfway through the level 11. Doing that one loop. So one more loop should get us to 12, and then Marsh Cave Ahoy. Groger time. One more Groger for the road here. And it's a first strike. That's so nice. Sadly, we will not have first strikes on either Wizards or Astos. Astos' first strike would be amazing. Like, I would just reset until I got that. But the downside of not having first strikes is complemented by the upside of not having ambushes. I don't think I've used a single healing potion, but I used a lot of tents, so I should restock on those before going to Elfland. There's not really a good chance to go into Provoca now, since I'm doing my hard reset from the Elfland side. So I will do a soft reset here after the Iguana. Our critical hit rate's going up pretty nicely as well. That's what I really want to see, because critical hits are basically the only thing that are going to damage Astos. So get some criticals, get the double attacking sabers, and go to town on them. Okay, we are full on heals. Let's go max out our tents again. Nobody said 4 Thieves would be easy. But they are quite rich. This is way more money than I'm used to having at anywhere near this point in the game. The only reason I'm not buying cabins is because I want to have only a single recovery item by the time I get to Gurgur Volcano. And I think I'll just keep doing tents throughout the whole part of it. Cabin's only a double tent for the purposes of purchases, and that's not a really significant difference unless you are consistently taking more than 60 damage every time that you need to skip an encounter. There we go, maxed out on tents. To Elfland. So this gets me 2 sharks, on average 1 Arsahag. On average 5 more ogres, and around 4 creeps. Guessing a world record. I'm sure somebody's done this faster. This is definitely not going to be optimal for the way that I'm structuring it. I think if you really sat down and thought about how to grind really efficiently here, you'd be able to get a ton of Groger fights and really speed this part up. Like, if I got nothing but Grogers, I could probably save 2 hours on this. And that is doable if you can get a good walking pattern with the Astos Melmon Square. Creeps down, ogre time. Don't really want to put Dan 1 back in the front. Dan 1 needs to stay in the back, where he belongs. Maybe just swap Dan 2 and Dan 4 for safety. Next up is... Actually, I should just stay here. I should probably do the Ogre Creep instead of the Shark Arsehag. I haven't been getting as much value out of the Arsehag battle as I expected. We'll just hang out at Elfland for more encounters till we get to the end of our Ogre cycle. Which, it's this creep battle and then 2 plain Ogre fights to go. Alright, 96 health. This guy's gonna be okay. I might swap. They'll be fine in the back, but in the front, 2 more Ogre fights might be more than they can take. Actually, you know what? That's actually not really a problem. We get one of those guys up front dying. That just catches up the Dans in the back that have historically died more often. How much gold do I have right now? Like 30,000. I need to spend 20,000 at Melmond on silver bracelets. So we are actually already set for gold basically through the rest of the game. Maybe I'll spend more than that on healing potions, but roughly all the gold that we need until we get to the really big shopping trips, which are going to be the bottle, pro rings, and gold bracelets way down the line. Good enough left over for steel armor. Sadly, Thieves cannot use steel armor. I regret to inform you that your plan has but one flaw, and that it is terrible. Alright, into town. Let's see what we got for our experience in that loop around. 1,500, 1,200 to 1,800, which means we are looking at 24, actually I don't even need to buy any items, 24 to 32 ogres to go, which is not even a full loop. Not even a full loop left for level 12. Should be close enough to take the ogre down here. It's actually getting kind of rare that we don't one round an ogre. There we go, and back onto our boat. I wonder if I should take the ogre fight at Elfland rather than doing this one. Get the Kaizaku battle, which I could get some experience on. all it does is just shift around the ogre fights on the Provoca's side. Just a little bit of time we have before we get to the Groger fight. What are they swinging? They're swinging scimitars right now. One more level, and then go back to sabers. Scimitar gets 2 attacks per round at 10. Saber does not get 2 attacks per round until 12. Alright, into the grind we go. 2 ogres down. Should be less than 30 ogres away for everybody. A momentous occasion. And yeah, we do get a big boost at 12 with those double action sabers. It's 5% difference on accuracy between scimitar and saber, and the thief is not very good, but he does get a little bit of accuracy per level up. So he will eventually get that second attack with the better weapon. They're swinging hopes and dreams. If they had any hopes, they're long since destroyed. This is 4 Thieves after all. They have no right to hope. Oh man, this is all the double ogres. This is what I needed. This is exactly what I needed here. And then for the rest of the game after this, no more doubles. Actually, by the time you get through this stage, you've gotten strong enough that ogres are no more of a threat. What level was Garland? I think 3. I want to say level 3 for Garland. Yeah, 3. Because we got the first level up on Imps, and then we went up and got the second level up on Grimps. And I decided to just go for it rather than try to continue those levels, because it was so slow getting levels around Coneria. And then almost immediately after beating the pirates at 3, turns out ogres were somewhat doable. Because I had enough cash to buy 2 scimitars. And that got a little bit of a bonus over the rapiers. And then I think after the pirate fight I got the other 2 scimitars. So we could start right away with 4 scimitars on those guys. Back then, that was enough to do like 5 damage per hit. Nowhere near the proficient ogre killing machines that we've got now. Alright, back over to the left. So we needed 25 ogres at the start. And we probably had a good dozen or so. So we're maybe halfway there. Halfway to the halfway point of level 12. I bet with level 12 and the sabers, we'd have a decent chance of killing the ogres in 3 attacks on a relatively consistent basis, looking at our numbers. So, ogre, iguana, ogre. Could be getting close to 12 at that point. If we get some more doubles. Oh yeah, there's another ogre after that. This is the heart of the ogre cycle. Excellent. More double ogres, please. Iguana, ogre, ogre, iguana. That'll be really close. Interest gaming. Yeah, there is 4 thieves. 4, count them, 4 thieves on the screen. I wish I could have 12. Because I could clearly see 12 thieves fitting in that box. But the game would only let me pick 4. I would compromise and go for 8 thieves. 8 thieves could comfortably fit there. Do significantly more damage. Although to split the experience 8 ways, that would be really slow leveling. Really, really slow. Back to ogre side over here. Within the next 5 battles, you'll see level 12. I'll hit the split when all 4 of the characters hit level 12. That'll be the end of the ogre grind. We might still fight more ogres after that, but for the purposes of ogre grinding, I consider that satisfactory. 100 thieves, or bust. Probably bust. Even if you had 100 thieves, I think they would still struggle through most of this game. Alright, ogre, iguana, ogre. Then we get our break for the Geist. Where's my double ogres? Is jeopardizing my level 12 progress here. Have I ever played Paladin's Quest? I've never played it, but I've seen people play it. I think Dragon Dark was showing it to me. And I think I might even have a copy for the Super Famicom. But if so, I'm pretty sure I've never played it in the system. Oops, I should have been up for the ogre. Missing out on ogres due to my mistake. I'm gonna take my frustrations out on this arachnid. Arachnid's actually almost worth as much as an ogre. He's just a little bit more dangerous. Hey, one Geist, we'll take him. Arachnid's like, that 3/4 of an ogre experience, just like the iguanas are. Alright, ogre to the left, we're not going to miss this one. Then Groger to the right, definitely not missing that one. Crossing my fingers for each of these battles for level 12. Dan 1 should be the last to get his level up. I remember that. I want to say, I think Dan 4? No, Dan 4 was... Dan 2 might be the one that's got the most experience. They're all a blur at this point. Alright, here we go. Groger time. Oh, it's the full house. I'm feeling level 12 here. I'm feeling it. Coming up, Geist Ogre, Geist Groger. The legendary sequence, which I always forget which Geist I'm on. Come on, 12. Yes! Alright, Dan 3 gets 12. He's the first to make it. Saber, 32 hit percent rate, which means he keeps his 2 attacks per round. Beautiful, Dan. Beautiful. We got like 500 experience for the rest of the Dans to catch up. Which, I don't know if the Groger's gonna be enough, but it's gonna be close. Solo Ogre there. Okay. Geist, Groger, Iguana. Geist, Ogre. That might be enough for everybody. I don't know how many Geists and Ogres we get. Few Geists, more Ogres. I don't think 3 is a good number. 3, not my favorite number of Geists. Ones and 2s, I'll take those. Full houses, though, that is my favorite number of Groger and Ogres. Confident 36 there by Dan 3. I think from this battle we'll get Dan 4 and Dan 2 leveling up, but not Dan 1. We'll still be a little bit short on him. These are the trials and tribulations of Dans. There we go, Dan 4, Dan 2, and yet no Dan 1. He's close. Up here, Iguana? And we'll see slightly higher miss rates. Although by this point, should be much better than it was the last time that we had sabers around. Especially with the double base attacks, you'll rarely double miss. Okay, one Geist will take that. So, Ogre, Iguana, Geist, and Ogre. How close are you down one? 158. If we get double Ogre here, we're good. Oh yeah, I can hit on to the right. I don't need the last Ogre on the left here. We'll be able to cut this slightly short on this loop here. Well, really, this loop goes a while longer, but there's a bit of downtime before you get to the other Grogers. So I think it's going to be best to just go to Marsh Cave once we hit 12 on everybody. Oh, look at the damage. Still not hit triple digits on any attacks, but that was the closest we've come. One last iguana for the road. This should be it. Ogre battling complete. Alright, that was a split. That was a very serious split, but we get it. We have battled some ogres. Lots and lots of ogres. Let's set this up. So I want to be Battle 6 entering Marsh Cave. Which means I think I come out of this side, then I delay until I get the ogre fights I'm looking for. So that I don't get the Geist walking up there. Any battle items to recover? I think we're good on those. Alright, so I think I want to skip one battle here. Take battle on this line. Been a long time since I had to do this marathon safe route for the walkover, but this seems, from my memory, to be correct. Hey, Fatlo, thanks for the good wishes. Hopefully Marsh Cave goes well. This will be our first crack at it. If it doesn't go well, I don't know how many more ogres we can withstand. Oh, Fatlo, thank you much for the raid as well. An opportune time. We get to see Marsh Cave with our 4 thieves. I'm sure they'll be wonderful. They will do us proud. And welcome in, those of you tuning in from Fatlo's stream. Hope you had a good stream before this. And hope you enjoy this probably successful Marsh Cave trip. I'll basically need to get 2 wizards, which will be a 1 in 3 chance at the end. So we'll do a little bit of experimenting to see the best way to get there. I think it'll work out. Alright, coming up we have an arachnid fight, which I normally would skip in a speedrun, but since I got plenty of pures, no worries about that. And we need to burn 2 battles, which are both going to be plain ogre fights coming in here. There's one. Alright, so going in at 6. I will get a muck fight right off the start. I mean, I could take the muck fight for experience, but the problem is that if we don't succeed at Marsh Cave, it's kind of a waste to worry about these early fights. So I think I'm just going to go through running from everything like I would for a marathon safe route. Yeah, that'll take me, hopefully, securely through Marsh Cave here. Alright, there we go. Counter 6. This is actually the same zone I was walking back and forth in for encounters. Like when I was getting that ogre sequence. They just reused, just copy and pasted the whole thing down here to the area around Marsh. Alright, there we go. So we're gonna 10 up until we max our health out. Looking good. And into the Marsh Cave we go. Now if I die in Marsh, I'll just have to skip the first 5 battles again. Not a big deal overall. Alright, here's our muck fight. That's almost 3 ogres worth of experience. Yeah, that's more than... That's almost like 4 ogres worth of experience. That is crazy. So tempting. So very, very tempting there. There's our first crawl fight. I'm going to have 2 of these Arbone crawl fights to deal with. The single segment run has more double crawl fights, which are actually less convenient for you because you got a higher chance of getting paralyzed. But we don't need short swords, so I can skip that. Make sure Bat's not going to be in the way for the door. This will be a little bit different because I don't need the iron armor. So I'll be through this floor faster, which I don't think makes a difference overall. Like I should have the same encounters either way. Alright, and the good news is that our chance of running is immensely better than in speedruns. Because it's just purely level based. And our levels are really good. Poisonous party mix time. We'll get 2 poisonous party mixes in a row. That's my very first poison. 6 hours into the stream. There's no real reason to fight poisonous monsters when you're grinding. Hello, Bat. Alright, here we go. Moment of truth. Are we going to get demolished by wizards? I know, if we didn't have 99 pures, I don't know how we get through here. Okay, 3 wizards. This is gonna hurt. We got a chance still. We need some good dodges. We need to do better damage than 14s. Although this is pretty close to my guess, which is 6 attacks per wizard. So if you drink a little bit, and you guys go all in, then that gets us down to a 2 wizard battle with some damage. Damn, 4's not going to make it. That's okay. Acceptable losses. He's really not going to make it. Ooh, wizard down. This is working really well with the sabers. If we didn't have the sabers, we had the scimitars instead, I'd be doing, on average, 6 less damage per hit. Is it 6 less? No, 9 less damage per hit. It'd be even worse off. So that's really like doubling my damage here on the wizard battle if you look at the numbers. Ah, look at those. Those survivors, majestic. Everybody's surviving the 3-wizard encounter. I don't think I'd want to grind on wizards, even if that is 4 ogres worth of experience. Doesn't seem worth it. Somehow they only hit the front 2 Dans. Played the GBA version and loved it. How different is NES? Very different. So it is a much harder game. You get a lot less experience in gold. You have a lot less conveniences. So like not being able to buy multiple items at a time. And one of the big differences, at least for speedrunning, is that there is a whole bunch of equipment that got added to GBA and the PSP version as well from later Final Fantasies. So like usable items in combat that you could do to cast Fire 2s and Lit 2s, like the bolt weapons. Those were not added until the remakes. I think I want to go up here. I don't want the werewolves. So as a result, most of the game is much harder. Now they did change Chaos in GBA. They give him a big buff. So Chaos in this one only has 2,000 hit points, but he is a terror. Okay, if I go up now, I would get Gargoyle Fight, which is okay. Normally I'd be getting one more Scum Battle there, and then I would take Poisonous Party Mix at the end. Why am I getting shadows? Oh, because I'm going upstairs, not downstairs. Helps if I read the right direction. Shadows by normal fight. Is there a huge section of Earth Cave where every tile is a trap tile of ogres? Trap tile of giants. It's called the Hollow Giants. It's actually giants and iguanas, but giant is what it is notorious for. Oh, if you do it in the NES Mini, then you can save anywhere, which is one of the things that really helps out. Being able to just retry dungeons without having to do a whole bunch of work to get back to where you are. So NES Mini actually does help out for the experience. Other than that, it's pretty close to the original. The Dans lived! Wait till we get to Astos. Then they won't be living so much. We're gonna give Astos a crack here at 12. I don't have high hopes for him, but if we get lucky, it'll work out. If we don't get lucky, then we are gonna continue the grind ups. I want to go this way. Really, I wanted to go underneath, but I had on steps, so I can go this way and not have to worry about the extra undead fight. And Astos, man, this is going to be basically a battle to hopefully get a lot of critical hits. He's going to rub us. He is going to use Lit 2 and Fire 2. He's also going to slow us. And none of these things are good. One last giant for the road. This is, if you go to the corner by the coast, that is where the mini Peninsula of Power that has the Grogers on it is. Alright, attempt number 1. Let's see how badly this goes. I'm expecting you to get demolished. We need criticals. Oh, there's a critical. And he didn't use rub on the first round. That's good for us. I don't know if I should use scimitars instead. They've got a higher accuracy rate. Well, I think Saber's got a higher crit rate. Ooh, 2 rounds without rub. But we didn't get any more crits. We're sitting at 1 crit right now. See you later, Dan 4. I mean, he gave us a great start. 2 crits, but we need a whole bunch more crits. There's a slow, so I lose one of my Dan 3 attacks. Ooh, there's 3 crits. He's got fast next, which is not bad for us, but then fire 2 and lit 2, which are really bad for us. We're at 3 crits right now. Four crits. There's the fire 2. Oh, it hurts. It hurts so much. Dan 3 might live lit 2, which would be great. He would, well, unfortunately, he's the one that got slowed. There goes lit 2. Dan 1's down. Ooh, Dan 2's still up. Got 2 party members. We're at 4 crits. Come on, Dans, you can do this. Dan 3 is super slow. Really, you can't get more slow than he already was, so we are at 2 attacks per round. The rarely seen dark. This does nothing. But the slow is really hurting us. There's the sleep, that actually does hurt. So we lose a round. Oh no! There goes Dan 3. And then the rub takes out Dan 2. So we got 4 crits. If we get lucky. If we get lucky at 12, it could happen. I'm going to give it a couple tries. What's his HP? We need about 6 crits. And yeah, after he goes through all of his spells, he gets back to rub at the start. Which is 8 spells in total. Alright, there's 1 crit. Dan 3, see you later. Be great to not lose to a rub, which should be like 50-50 at this point. 2 crits. Going through his spells too fast. Too fast for me. Yeah, he was pretty close. But we needed more crits. Now we might get everybody living through this lit too. It'll be close. That's one other thing that the levels will help with, is more consistent spell survival. Three crits. Oh, that hurts. Dan 1 now going to die to lit 2. There's another crit. Oh, he lives. He lives. Got 3 Dans still up. There's another crit. All right, this could do it. We could get him this time. Feel like we're in much better shape, although we just lost all of our attacks. We're 3 attacks per round now. We got him. Just over 6 hours for Astos. So good. There is a gigantic increase in power once you beat Astos here. Tearsel, thank you much for the gift sub. Oh, it goes to Super Flare Star. Nice. Hope you enjoy that. And Tearsel, thank you much for the support there. Let's get Dan back up. We're going to get our Mystic Key. We're going to celebrate this fine accomplishment. So level 12 was actually not too bad. I don't think I could have done it at 11, unless we got super lucky, but 12 was not bad. That was second try, and the first try was pretty close. So now the next big accomplishment is going to be after we get another huge grind done. which I will probably postpone until tomorrow. But I want to do at least the Mystic Key quest and get my rewards for having beaten Astos there. Dan 3 dying. Was Dan 3 good on experience before? Because he's definitely not now. 750 experience lost for not being in the Astos fight is a pretty big difference from the rest of the team. But I don't really mind too much. I think I will take that one. The real question, though, is if you went with the scimitars, 412 you can't do the saber. Could you do the wizards with 2 wizards with scimitars and then try to get lucky on Astos? Because you're doing 9 less damage on those crits. That's going to be kind of significant. You need like 2 extra crits, which I guess if you got super lucky could happen. That's what you would need to do under 12. There's the herb. Time to deliver some medicine. Also rob some old women. My 2 favorite pastimes in life. That and murders. Alright, my 3 favorite pastimes. Murders, robbing old women, and delivering medicine. I might put robbing other people besides old women at number 3, so delivering medicine definitely in the top 4. Do I want a silver knife? Silver knife versus falchion. Dragon Coral Rune definitely better than falchion, and probably better than knife in every respect. I mean, I can always just pick up the silver knife anyway, because it's going to be in my way at Canaria Castle. That's my excuse. It was in my way. Alright, Prince has been awoken. Go ahead, get our Mystic Key. I'm going to get everything except for the Copper Gauntlet in here. That doesn't sell for enough to be worth picking up. Hammer is barely worth it. But I think 1,000 gold is probably a decent investment in my time. Canaria Castle, then we do Dwarf Cave. I probably want to grab the Coral Sword before starting the Mummy Grind. So we do need to go to Earth Cave B2 relatively early, but we're not going to do the rest of Earth Cave at that point. That is just to get the sword. Just also to get the sword out of Temple of Fiends while we're here. There's no better time to get the sword than right now. Two junk weapons, and then silver knife there. And then iron armor sells for 400. That's a decent amount. And that is going to be the TNT. Okay, shouldn't be anything really nasty in Temple of Fiends. Man, killing Astros, that was so invigorating. We're starting to lose some energy at the 6-hour mark. But now I'm in it for at least another 45 minutes. Maybe not that long. I need to get just enough to start the grind, and then probably that would be a great spot to break off on. Is to pick up the Lich grind tomorrow. Now, it's been a while since I needed to get this sword, so I have to think about where it is. I don't remember if Rune is the north or the south one. I mean, the other one that I can't use, the Were sword. I can sell that for some cash. It'll be worth like 3,000, I want to say. Yeah, we can fight better than gargoyles in the near future. No sleep till Kraken. I'm gonna leave that to high spirits. Alright, there's the Ruined Sword. But I still go ahead and grab the Were sword just because the value is pretty high. And it's not like a ninja would need it if I ever decided to class change. I'm still gonna try to do this without class change. And that was a soft potion over there. That saves me $800. Respectably worth it. There's a lot of areas where I have not opened the treasure chest in a long time. Like Gurgur Volcano. Nobody ever goes there in speedruns for like the top half. Because it's got like the giant sword and a bunch of junky silver gear. So by the time that you're there, you've got way better items. Thinking about whether I actually need any of that stuff, and I probably don't. By the time I get to Gurgu, it's Agama grind time, and that's unlimited cash. Probably don't even need this stuff. I've got enough money for the silver bracelets, and that is basically the only thing I care about. Silver bracelets at Melmond, and more heal potions. Damn, 3 failed to run. That's being in the back slot. Like a chump. The rest of the team is pretty good. Probably about a 80%, 85% chance of running for slots 1 and 2. And then maybe a 40% chance of running for slot 3. Grab my dragon sword here. I might as well just pick up everything, because there is a couple of really good items to sell. Silver mail sell for $37.50. Get a free house and a free cabin. And $1,025 from blackmailing that guy. He will never live down his terrible deeds. Also, more murders. It's been a solid 2 minutes since we last murdered somebody. Get a good murdering workout going on that dwarf. And go ahead and clean this out. Okay, Iron Helmet we didn't need. There's Dragon Sword. There's another silver knife. That's a wooden hat, so we can skip that. There's silver mail. This is the house. Oh, this is the house. All the way at the end. There we go. One unnecessary item pickup. An acceptable collateral damage. Where you going, dwarves? Alright, they don't seem to be onto me. I believe we got away with our perfect murder plan. That means it is time to go to Melmond. I mean, I know the chest for the speedruns pretty well, because those I open up a lot. But the ones that are not on the speedrun route, those are the harder ones to remember where stuff is. And for the first and probably only time, Melmond is actually going to be pretty useful. We get 4 silver bracelets. That is huge. We're going to go from 6 defense to 17 defense on these thieves, which is still not enough to avoid getting absolutely crushed by any monster in Earth Cave. But it helps out a bit. Alright, so... you can have Dragon and Rune for right now. Yeah, just beep at me. Okay, and then... I think Silver Knives are better than Sabers. So if you've got Saber, you got Silver. That looks like 2032 and then 1842. So actually, Saber is better right now. Because 42 is not enough to get a second hit. But we'll hold on to Silver Knives for a bit. Okay, do we ever need Scimitars again? No, we do not. Your sword can go. Your Saber can go, because it's better to have the Ruined Sword by a lot. Better to have the Dragon Sword by a lot. Okay, make sure everything that looks good. Now for the armor side. Okay, that can go. All the bracelets, big discounts. And then the Silver Mail can go. Could almost afford a steel armor after this, but not quite. I guess we'll have to pass. They're all Dans. Which one takes a dirt nap? Well, they all take a dirt nap. That's how the Dans work. They're a team. A team to the very end. I think I want to enter here on encounter 0. So let's check out our newfound Groger killing power. Oh, that's so nice. That is so nice. And we even get one more when we have the Coral Sword. And a Falchion when I get to Astos' castle, which will be the 4 weapons I'll have for my grind. Alright, Shadow Fight, not a big deal. Bulls? Oh, I want some bulls. I can get a lot of bull fights. I should be able to take bulls with this team. Which we're looking at for 13. 3,700 experience. Okay, these levels should go a lot faster than the last couple of levels went. Because we'll be taking on some way bigger monsters. That's actually not too bad damage. Lovely purple rune sword there. Not going to see that sword too often in pretty much any imaginable category. Oh, and 122. Same as a little bit more than an Ogre Groger. Is there a spike tile worth doing? I don't think it is. I would rather do the mummy tile in Astos' castle. Earth Elemental is a little bit too rough for me. If I had fire damage, then he'd be a better fight. But I have no damage whatsoever. This is 4 Thieves after all. Hello, Bat. More bulls. So we got Bull Troll here. And then Groger Bull Groger. Oh, there's so many good fights. I don't know, maybe this place is better than Mummies. Although it's really far away from recovery. That's the big downside, that you have to walk a huge amount if you get anybody killed off. Or you run out of heal potions. I guess Coral to you. And then let's get rid of your saber. Let's see, Mummies are 75 experience each, which is more than a Groger. They're probably not too bad to kill. They come in packs of 2 to 5 on the trap tile. Yeah, I can see the Mummy fight still being better than the Grogers, even though there are some really good fights in here. Ooh, double trolls. This could be rough. Ow. Ow! Yeah, it's pretty rough. Pretty rough. You might have to drink a potion, try to get some amount of health back. With 3 attacks per round, those trolls hit really hard. I was thinking that the 3 attacks, because we got the silver bracelets, would get neutralized quite a bit more than this, but no, they're just crushing Dan 3. He really doesn't need to die again. He's been dead enough. There you go. Give Dan 2 a chance. Alright, down here we get werewolf, which we don't want, but we get Groger Bull, Groger upstairs, and that's pretty good. Oh, Dan 3. Why do you make me worry so much about you? Okay, that's a 10th of a level. It's a pretty good fight. I guess 4 Grogers is like a 12th of a level, so it's not bad. We'll take 2. So yeah, basically we have tripled or quadrupled our experience per minute from getting to the other side of Astos. So that was a big deal. And it probably goes higher if I do the mummy grind. Just because I don't have to walk around for the encounters. To the bullfight. Hollow giants would slaughter us. I know that'll be a common question while I'm in here. But a giant is like twice as tough as a bull. And he also comes with optional iguana add-ons. Mummies do have sleep touch. However, we do wake up guaranteed after each round because we've got more than 80 max hit points. So really, as long as we don't get ambushed by mummies, it shouldn't go too badly. Ooh, that's a lot of Grogers. Let's see if we can get 2 attacks to kill a Groger. That was close. 119. Dan versus Dan and Dan versus Dan on the Ogre Groger battling competition. This is an odd one. 78 to 119. I think that we weren't particularly close on getting that top one. Probably need to put 3 Dans on a Groger to have the optimal chance for success. I should be able to get one more Groger fight here before leaving. Actually, you know what? We're probably pretty good. Let me see where we are in our level. 2,400. Okay. So that is 40 mummies. On average, 40 mummies is going to be 3.5 mummies per battle. A little bit more than 10 battles. Let's call it 12 battles for that level. Okay, I'll take this. The ogre hand fight is always a fun one. Especially when you're just coming out of that ogre withdrawal. Gotta get one more ogre to feel good. I wonder if both of those were ogre hyenas, only that one is. Oh, what I should do. Make sure I drop another 10 down. There's a lot of paralyzing undead in this part of the world, which I kind of have routes to avoid, but when I'm just kind of cruising in here for the coral sword, that's not something I would normally do in a speedrun, so there is no previous plan for that. There's those paralyzing undead I was talking about. Now, is there anything at Crescent Lake that's good to get? I don't think there is. Nothing that helps the team. Which means we're going down to Elfland. Grab our heal potions. Head up to Astus's castle. Start our mummy grind. Where we get our final weapon as well, the falchion. Which I could buy at Melmond, but since we get one free, might as well pick it up at Astos. Down and around. Alright. Back to Elfland. Starts with the same walking pattern as it does to get to Marshcape, if I remember correctly. Skip one to the left, and then I think we don't have to delay it all on the way up. Been a really, really long time since I've done a mummy grind. It used to be part of the marathon safe route that over time has gotten less and less necessary. The mummy grind is really fun, but it is unfortunately not efficient enough to make it into any of the modern speedruns. We'll use up all of our tents from the early game. At that point, I can start buying cabins instead. To go a little bit faster for the recoveries. 30 HP for the tent, 60 for the cabin, and then 120 for the house. Which I can't afford to throw away houses at this point. But I can probably afford to throw away cabins. go, all full on heal potions. Into Astos we go, so skip. Delay? I think there's actually a better route that I had in the Marathon Safe one, walking up here for one more encounter skip on the way up. But if I don't remember the exact spots for doing encounter skips, generally you come out worse than trying to just walk through. We'll skip. Alright, that'd be the one I would skip, was the wolves. So I guess going up to Assos, when I'm doing the mummy grind, I would do my save right there. Get all set for that. Oh, mummies, we have dreamed of you. And now that dream has come true. Let's just grab all the stuff. It doesn't make a difference for the pickups. Here's the falchion. And that is going to Dan number 1. Let's see what the difference is. Saber is 2132. Falchion is 2337. And then Silver Knife 1842. So yeah, there's a 5% benefit to accuracy for the Silver Knife, but it doesn't get him another attack for a long time. What was the party? It is level 12. We have beaten Astos. We've got our Mystic Key. And we're beginning our mummy grind. Mummy's chance to strike first. That was lucky. Didn't want a 5 mummy ambush. Alright, how many thieves per mummy? Alright, you guys took him out. Probably 3 thieves per mummy. Looks to be advisable. Maybe 2. With the right weapons. Falchion Dan should probably be in the front because he's got the worst attack. If anybody falls asleep, I want it to be him. It's actually looking pretty good to go. Dan's 1, 2, 3, 4. So I don't want Dan 1 to die so much. An excellent start to my mummy grind. 375. Oh, that's good experience. That is 8 ogres in one battle. Alright, Dan's 1 and 3 have the worst experience. So let's put Dan 2 in the front. Target level for the mummy grinding until our hands fall off is probably the correct answer. Oh man, we got a 5 mummy ambush. I will not do too much mummy grinding tonight. I'm gonna basically get this started, feel like I got a good pattern picked out, and then we will call a night here. But for Lich, you know, you need like level 20. Now the good news is these are giving me, 8 times as much experience as an ogre fight, so we're gonna pick up our leveling quite rapidly for a bit here. So Those silver bracelets giving us very low weight penalties are great for dodging. Otherwise we'd be getting crushed even harder by the mummies. Even harder. Did I ever do 4 black mages? Not with it on stream. I did 4 red mages, 4 black belts, and then 4 white mages twice on NES. Did 4 thieves on PlayStation. This is the first time doing 4 thieves on NES on stream. I've done solo runs. I've never done solo runs on stream. Those are generally a lot more plotting because you have to grind out every perfect level up. That takes quite a while. Like here, I'm not really paying attention to what my stat gains are. And you can't afford to do that when it is solo characters. Like they have to have every level up just right. For black mages, once you hit level 5, it gets pretty easy. I mean, even before then, if you're going to town with your basic fire 1, lit 1, even ice 1 spells, you can take out ogres, and getting to level 5 is not too bad. Then you get fire 2 and lit 2, and just start crushing things. Because black mages can do Peninsula Power super easy. Use Dark to get past the pirates. I would recommend Sleep if you're having trouble with 4 black mages, because Sleep has decent accuracy for those early monsters, and it'll knock out like 4 or 5 pirates. So if everybody casts Sleep in like the first round, you should put them all out, and then you just work on them one after another. The pirates don't have a lot of health, so a black mage doesn't have much trouble killing them, even with melee attacks. The sleep only worked for 1 turn. So, for monsters, yes. But that's why you kind of have everybody taking turns doing it. It's like you got, what do you have? I think you have 3 casts of sleep if you go over there right away. Like, you can do Garland pretty easily at low levels. And just spin through your list doing, sleep and then 3 attacks, sleep, 3 attacks, and so on. Alright, I think I can do like a mummy and a half per round, which is not too bad. Definitely better experience per minute than we had before by a solid factor of 10 here. Dark doesn't actually do anything. It's one of those things in the game that's completely busted. So it makes you think it is helpful, but you're actually just getting really lucky on the attacks. Come on, Dan 2, clench. He made it. Maybe we should just full heal him, given that he's going to get way more attention than the rest of the party. I I basically want to see what amount of time it takes to get these early level ups. And it will take longer and longer per level up as you go through here. This will give me a rough estimate for how long I'm going to be doing the mummy grind prior to trying on Lich and Astos for size. Not Lich and Astos, Lich and Vampire. Luckily don't have to do Astos again. Yeah, next battle will get me the level up. And 5 mummies, that'll definitely do it. Oh, but this is so much nicer than the ogres. So much nicer. Except for maybe Dan 2. Dan 2 is not enjoying it nearly as much as the rest of them, I think. There we go. Dan 2 levels up. Dan 4 levels up. Dan 1 and 3, they're still waiting. 71, 261, alright. We can get that pretty quickly. Don't worry about these heal potion counts. Heal potions are going to take a while to buy back. Might be better, well... Problem is I have to go outside to use cabins. I was going to say, might be better to get cabins and get 60 HP back each press, because that'll be half as many to buy. That masterful plan requires that I go all the way in and out of the castle each time. That's probably not worth it. There we go, level 13 for everybody. One more loop around. We'll do our final save. See how this goes. This looks like a decent grind spot. I think this is going to be better than Hall of Giants or Earth Elemental for now. At higher levels, I might be able to take on those foes without having to do as much healing each time, but right now I'm still just barely able to do some of these battles. Earth Elemental will be doing like 120 damage or so per hit. Which, unless you can kill him in 2 rounds, is kind of bad. Without fire, I don't think we can kill him in that short amount of time. What if I should be more aggressive at doing 2 thieves per mummy? I think on average, unless you get a critical, it's not going to be enough, because they do like 35 to 40 max. And that is less than half the mummy's health. To get a good hit, it would work out, especially for the dragon sword. Or like for the falchion, that is quite a bit short. Maybe that works. Maybe that just barely works. What do we need for 13? So we got 500 experience already, so it looks like about 6,000 at the start. And it's 75 experience points per mummy. Roughly 80 mummies, and then 3.5 mummies per battle. Yeah, like 25 battles for a level up. Not too bad. Especially when the battles are super fast like this. Every single step you get another one. Hey Andreas, welcome back. We're just about ready to wrap up. I've got my mummy grind understood. We are looking like we could get some early levels pretty quick. Once we get into the high teens, I think this is gonna dry up. But I might be able to do some other monsters by the time we get to like 15 plus. So I'm hopeful that this will take me a decent part of the way through. I'm actually not sure what we need to beat Vampire. He doesn't have that much health, but he does do a lot of damage. So it could be that we can just blitz him. As long as we can survive the wizard fights. Wizard fights in Earth Cave are the only unrunnable on the way down. We can afford plenty of soft potions, so no worries about running out of those. Any party wipes? Not for a long time. Actually, have we ever had a party wipe? We might be totally party wipe free still. If there was a wipe, it was super early in the game, like before Provoca. Oh, we did have a wipe to Astos, that's right. First try on Astos, we only had 4 crits. Second try Astos, we beat him. And it was first try for Marsh Cave. So both of those places went really well. Dan, one napping on the job. What a lazy Dan. Only our sword attacks were more consistent. I can split these mummies up a little bit more efficiently. That's part of the charm, how unpredictable things are in Final Fantasy. Almost everything has very, very huge ranges, because things tend to be base attack to double base attack to quadruple if you have criticals. So you get some extraordinary variance in your damage output. Let's go ahead and drop another heal cycle around for those. Let me get rid of my cabins. There we go, that looks good. Alright. Final trip in for the mummies. Coming up on the 7-hour mark. I was only going to do 6 hours tonight. But I got so excited. Astos went down around like 6:15. decide to keep going for a little bit. At least want to do the Mystic Key quest tonight. Primary circuit first. We can probably get better than that. 5-mummy ambush should be pretty rare. Really, any ambushes at all will be slightly lower than I'm used to. Why not go 8 hours? I think at some point I'm going to fall asleep. There we go, top mummy down. And loop. As long as we keep our HP relatively balanced between the team, should save me a couple tenths. And that is just translating into, about 2.5 seconds per item purchased in the long run. I'll be buying a lot of healing potions, tents, and cabins as we do this mummy grind. But we'll have so much cash for it, it'll be ridiculous. Undead are really, really good for money. They're a monster type that tends to have 1 GP per experience point. Most standard monsters are either half or quarter treasure. And only very, very rare exceptions do you get more than 1 GP per XP. Things like the Kaisaku are what are very notable because they stand out in that regard. There we go, 7-hour mark for the stream. A little bit less than the timer because we had the setup time at the beginning. This feels like a good time to start wrapping up. See if we can get 1 or 2 more mummy battles. I'm not addicted. I can quit these mummies anytime I want. Anytime I want. Actually pretty good if we have relatively even HP values. Makes it a lot simpler to get everybody back up to full afterwards. There we go, hit Dan 4 a little bit more. Perfect target. No, not Dan 1. This is seriously impairing my Dan 1 experience. And there we go. Alright. Check my XP totals quickly. See if we're close enough to a level to push for that. Otherwise, yeah, that's a good point to stop at. We need about 12 more of those big mummy battles. Get our 14th level? I think we're coming up on level 14. Yep, level 14 soon. Two tenths from here. There we go. There we go. Pause our timer for a bit. So we'll come back to this tomorrow night. I'll try to